It is a beautiful November afternoon as we welcome the world of horse racing to the Kingdom of Bahrain for the most prestigious race run here this time of year in the Middle East. It is the 2025 edition, the 7th running of the Bahrain International Trophy. Eight runners, $1 million. Megan Nichols, Paddock side, on the most beautiful afternoon. Megan, wonderful to be here and great to have you with us.
It's so great to be back. I mean, last year was just phenomenal, wasn't it? The scenes afterwards were incredible. The atmosphere and the buzz was just, I mean, beyond imagination, really. And hoping we can recreate that this time around.
For sure, a much smaller field than perhaps we've become accustomed to, but a really high quality one. And every chance this race, which is now an international Group 2, could be elevated to Group 1 status 12 months from now. Yeah,
it is obviously only the 8 runners, but I think it's seriously competitive. I wouldn't be surprised to see them fairly bunched up at the line. Tactically, it's fascinating. There's been questions, where's the pace going to come from? I personally thought it could be coming from Gallen, who's coming from stall 5. He could go forward in the first time visor, but I think that he's going to have a few piled up behind him waiting to challenge late on.
Yeah, the highest quality horse in the race on rating so far is Royal Champion. He's trained in North Yorkshire by Carl Burke. Carl's had another breakout season, 37 international stakes winners and counting.
Unbelievable. You know, he does it all. 2-year-olds, older horses, 5 furlongs, all the way up to the top distances. So a phenomenal trainer and Royal Champion, as you say, he's got that sort of class that maybe 1 or 2 could lack in comparison. Obviously running so well in the Irish Champion Stakes in sort of preparation, I suppose, then coming here. So I think on the back of that form, he is the worthy favourite and the one that they have got to beat.
And the place looks great, doesn't it? Each and every year, just a few little tweaks and improvements, and it really is becoming a bit of a special spot.
It is, for sure, and as the evening progresses and the lights come on, you know, the grandstand just lights up, literally. It looks beautiful. Everything keeps getting developed. I think for Carl as well, who came here for the first time, he said, can't believe how beautiful the ground is, how well the track is done. The condition is absolutely perfect. All the facilities for the horses and the staff are top-notch too. So I think all the improvements continuing to happen just make it one of the best places. We want to be here every year.
And you've been beavering away all the form for the 7 supporting races as well.
I've got the winners all the way through, I reckon, Nick.
You've got the local breds, you've got the purebred Arabians, you've got the imported horses, you're across the whole lot.
Across it. You are too, though.
Of course.
Between us, I reckon we'll be absolutely flying.
And if we can't point you in the right direction, we've got a top team for you as well. So we can say good afternoon here in Bahrain to Nick Lightfoot and Ali Vance.
Nick, yeah, it's great to be back. Nick and I, we were here for the King's Cup at the beginning of March. Now, they raced right through to April. But since then, this track has been under the masterful care of Andy Waite. And what a job he has done. It looks absolutely fantastic. I've only heard real positive things from all the connections, the international connections that have come out here. So it's unraced on since April. The going, Nick?
Good firm, good in places. I think it's probably where he would want it. He said probably year on year, this is the kind of surface you got. But given the fact we haven't raced here since the spring, 50-degree heat, burning sun, it looks incredible considering the conditions it faces.
Yeah, quite a job really looking after this over the summer with the intensity of the heat. And what they do, they've got the Bermudan grass, which is the grass that enjoys that heat, and then he overseeds it with rye, which we would know from back home. So there's the technical bit. There is the technical bit. But in a nutshell, the track looks fantastic. Right, it's a good race this year.
Yep.
Small but select field, 8 runners. Nice to see some sort of familiar names coming back, but also some new names. Carl Burke, first time out here. Richard Hannon as well, another trainer making his debut out here.
And in the riding ranks, we've got champion jockeys, be they from the UK or indeed now Ireland as well. Dylan Brown McMonagle, which is great to look at. And I know you said it's small but select. I just kind of looked at the race earlier today, having done so just about every day this week, and I'm not sure I've changed my mind, but it does make me feel like there are so many different angles into this. I think Pride of Arras wins it, but at the same time, if there's maybe 6 or 7 other results, as there could well be, that wouldn't surprise me either.
And with a small field, obviously then tactics and how the race is going to pan out comes into it. So it's going to be very interesting. That will be, of course, our climax this evening at 7:40. But we have got 7 races before that, as Nick and Megan mentioned, Arab races, local Bahraini bred horses and imported horses. 2 great Group 1s then also on the card, 2 domestic Group 1s. So to run us through the proceedings, let's join our commentator today and say a very good afternoon to Mark Johnson.
Good afternoon, Ali. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the commentary booth here. Very much the best view of all the races here today. And as you say, there are 8 races which culminate with the big race, the Bahrain International Trophy, a little bit later on. But let's take a look at what we have on the menu today. And as is always the case here in Bahrain, we will start off with a race for purebred Arabians, and that will be the Gulf Air Cup. It's run on the round 1200 metres, and it's a maiden race this year for the purebred Arabians, and most of these all clashed here in a similar race on the opening day of the season. Then we'll move on to the Brown Advisory Cup, which is run again on the round course at 1400 metres. And this is a conditions race for Bahrain-bred horses. And Fozzy Nas has got a very strong hand here. He's got 3 horses declared, including last time out domestic Group 1 winner, California, who very much will be hoping to springboard a very successful campaign through the 25-26 season. The Lexus Cup is run over 1800 metres and will be the first of the domestic Group 1 races on the card, and His Majesty the King's Cup winner in March, El Vogue, will very much be a popular favourite going into that particular race. Then we step it up to a mile and 3 furlongs, 2200 metres for the Bapco Energies Cup, which is race 4 on the card, and the first 2 home in last year's race, Zagato and Panning for Gold, are once again locking horns in that particular race, and they could well be the first 2 home again in this year's renewal. Then we move on to the straight course for back-to-back sprints. The straight 1200 metres for the Beyon Cup, and then the second of our domestic Grade 1 races, which is race 6. That is the Grand Seiko. It's run over just 5 furlongs or 1000 metres, and the winner of this race last year, it takes on the winner of the race in 2023. Rebel at Dawn won this race 2 years ago. Avago Joe is the reigning champion, and again, those 2 could be the 2 to concentrate on. Then it's up to 1600 metres for the Economic Development Board Cup, and then our big race of the day, the 7th running of the Bahrain International Trophy, which is run over 2000 metres. We've had some great winners already in the first 6 runnings of the Bahrain International Trophy. Let's take a look now at the horses who've already got themselves on the winner's board. It all started off with France, with Stéphane Pasquet coming late and wide down the wide outside to win for Joan Renier aboard Royal Julius in 2019. It was then the only local winner of the race, Fozzy Nasser's Simsia, winning in 2020 in the hands of locally based Lee Newman. It was Lord Glitters who won for David O'Mara and Jason Watson in 2021. Dubai Future for the Godolphin team, Saib bin Sarur the trainer, Danny Tudhope in the Godolphin Blue in 2022, and then back-to-back wins for Richard Fahy and Asheen Orr with Spirit Dancer for the last 2 years.
Last year's race was a tremendous running of it, the best yet. A Spirit Dance becoming the first horse, as Mark was saying, to win 2 editions of this race. And the horse who finished second last year, Lead Artist, the 4th time the Goslins have finished second in the race. He went on to win the Group 1 Juddmonte Lockinge Stakes at Newbury. So it was a high-quality race. It's a high-quality race this time. Megan alongside, and we're going to have a look at today's runners and riders. And they're headed by Bright Picture for France. Maxime Guillon taking the ride for André Fabre. Number 2 is Caliph, a local horse trained by Fawzi Nas. Nas has run in this race twice before, including a 3rd place finish. Galen is Possible Pace from stall 5 here. Dylan Brown McMonagle, Breeders' Cup winning jockey for Joseph O'Brien. Lion's Pride bids to end the Gosden's run of second platings in this race. He'll come out of the inside gate in the hands of Rab Havlin. 5 is Military Order for Charlie Appleby, looking for a first win in the race. William Buick takes the ride in the Silks of Godolphin. 6 is Persica. Oisin Murphy, the British champion, rides for Richard Hannon. Royal Champion is likely to be the favourite. James Doyle taking the ride for Carl Burke. And Pride of Arras, the Dante Stakes winner and Great Voltigeur winner at York, is ridden by Ross Orion for trainer Rafe Beckett. All right, so that's a look at the 8 runners. Let's have a look at them in action. And you could make a pretty strong case, Meg, that the best single piece of form in this race is Leopardstown and the Royal Bahrain-sponsored Irish Champion Stakes. And Royal Champion ran a wonderful race.
Yeah, he did. Look, this is obviously one of the best Group 1s of the season over in Europe, and he's ran with unbelievable amounts of credit. I don't think he did an awful lot wrong, to be honest with you. He was outclassed by 2 extremely talented horses in Delacroix and Unmarked, but I just feel as though if he can repeat this level of form, he's got a whole nother level of class over the rest of the field. And obviously prior to that he was a winner at York at the Group 2 level as well, and I think since joining Carl Burke he's almost revived. He's sort of still improving even though he's an older horse.
Yeah, my only slight reservation, I know he backed up a really good win at York with that run there. You look at the horses who were just up behind him. You know, White Birch, who hasn't really been at his best this season. Hot as Hell hasn't really done much this season. Actually, how strong was that piece of form in retrospect?
Yes, but I think in comparison to today's field, I think he still holds the higher level of form. You know, we're talking about a lot of the horses he's competing against are having to step it up again today. Whereas for him, I think actually if he runs to that level, he doesn't have to step it up at all. OK, let's talk about Lion's Pride, because this is a horse you wouldn't really have been considering for a race like this until his victory last time at Newmarket. He was incredibly impressive. He'd always threatened to do something like this. Has he got it all together now? Well, he's not an easy horse to work out, is he? And I think the key with him this day was the turn of foot that he showed, and he'd never really, we've not seen that from him previously. He sort of was grinding out his races, whereas at Newmarket on this occasion, once he gets through, he bursts and he shows that electric turn of foot. Now, he's obviously dropping down to the 10 furlongs once again, and he is going to have to get into a nice rhythm. If they go fast enough, maybe we could see this, but he's a horse that is probably not as consistent as a few of them.
Yeah, he's a half-brother, this horse, to the same owner's Gold Cup winner at Ascot, Courage Mon Ami, but he gets more speed from his own sire, whom he resembles, Roaring Lion. And it's a question for me of how Rab Havlin plays this. He's a horse with a lot of stamina. Is he going to try and make use of him from stall 1, or is that going to light him up too much? Too much.
I think he'll end up in box seat. He's coming out of that draw 1, as you say, up against the rail. He's going to sit box seat. He's either, I think, going to be behind Gallen or possibly Military Order, who's coming out of stall 2. They could be the sort of pace angles, and Rab's going to want to be sat up behind and hope that they start racing up the straight early. He can angle off of that rail and look for a gap and that burst of speed late on.
What about Pride of Arras, who's a horse who looked very exciting when winning the Dante Stakes? He flopped in the Derby. He was castrated after that and came back a much better horse, a more mentally complete horse, if not physically complete horse, in the Great Voltigeur Stakes.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown on both occasions at York that he's seriously talented and has got a big engine, but I suppose the worry is the really disappointing runs in between. Now, admittedly, they were in both, as you say, the English and the Irish derbies, but he's quirky. For me, as a 3-year-old, obviously he does get that little bit of a weight allowance, but has he got enough experience in comparison to the rest of the field? Not only in terms of racing, but also in terms of travel as well. We know he's not overly straightforward. The gelding has clearly helped him, but is that lack of experience on the big stage and in a big atmosphere going to get the better of him? We saw it got the better of him at Epsom and at the Curragh. I think he's very talented, but I just worry about him slightly mentally. OK, what about Caliph, who's had plenty of experience? He's the big local hope, and he's no forlorn hope either on his best form. You know he's going to run his race back in his own backyard. Yeah, and I suppose you could argue he's probably had a little bit of a better preparation coming into it this year. He's had that little bit longer to adapt back and climatise back to Bahrain. And I feel as though people are maybe overlooking him. He was a bit disappointing back in France over the summer, but once in France, once in Germany, you see both on soft ground, and I actually think he's happier on the sounder surface that he'll get here this afternoon, this evening. And yeah, I mean, he's a very talented horse on a going day. Can be a little bit slow out of the stalls, but from a wide draw, I imagine they would just take their time and try and run on up the home straight.
You've got to be a pretty talented horse to finish third in a race as competitive as the QE2 in Sha Tin against the best that Hong Kong have to offer. It really is a bit of a fortress at that meeting. So he's not out of it. He is a Group 1 winner, and on ratings, he's in the mix, though he's not open to quite as much progress as one or two others. And perhaps finally we can have a look at Persica. And I suppose the big question with Persica is, will he handle a faster ground as well as he does the soft?
Yeah, well, I said this to Richard Hannon, and I asked him, is this ground really going to be suitable? And he said, well, he doesn't need it to be soft. He just handles it well. So I don't think Richard sounded as if he was overly concerned about the quicker ground. Now, last time, for whatever reason, in Longchamp, he ran way below his best, put a line through that, and he's been training very well. We can see him in winning action here at Epsom, where he does perform exceptionally well. But he is a talented horse. He's just fallen below this kind of grade once or twice before, and whether he's just vulnerable to probably improving a slightly classier horses, that would be the question. But he's on a going day, he is very, very good. He'll want them to go fast enough that the pace collapses a bit around him.
All right, who's your 1, 2, 3?
Okay, my 1, 2, 3 are going to be Royal Champion 1, Pride of Arras 2, and once again, Caliph 3.
Okay. Let's head out and about and join Ali, who's with someone who knows this place like the back of his hand.
Well, thanks very much, Nick. Now I'm joined in the parade ring by jockey Mark Lawson. And Mark, you've got a very interesting story. You're first. This is you come out to Bahrain to be riding here for the winter, and people around the world may recognise you. You rode in the UK, you've ridden in the Middle East before, but 10 years out of the saddle, and this is your comeback.
Yeah, I've literally 10 weeks ago decided that I wanted to have another go at it. Managed to get my weight down to 54 kilo, and I'm actually in control of my weight for once in my life, so I'm actually relishing being back in the saddle again. I'm just getting rid of the rustiness.
So take me back then. So you were based in the UK. How many winners have you had?
I've had a couple hundred winners in the past. I was based in the UK. I rode in America and Canada for a couple of years, then raced in the Middle East for my last 4 years. I lost control of my weight and then decided that I needed a bit of I just thought I'd retire and I'd had enough. And then I've been work riding for Dan and Claire Kubler, and I've just suddenly 9 weeks ago decided to do something silly and make a comeback, and it's been successful, so yeah.
So how much weight have you lost in, 9 weeks' time?
I was 66 kilo when I started losing weight. I was going to Oaksey House every day and running, and now I'm 54, so yeah.
So 10 years away from race riding, and what is it about the sport? What was it that was the drive to lose weight and get back out here?
I just thought I had more to give. I realised that there was more to life than just doing the run-of-the-mill thing, and I like to write my own story, so yeah. And
you started well, you've had a winner out here. What was that buzz like?
It was absolutely unreal, and I just want more now.
And so you're going to be riding for the Kublers, and you're also going to be riding for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed?
I'm a work rider for the Kublers, but I ride a lot for Sheikh Abdullah Khalifa and Rob McDowell. They give me opportunities, so yeah, long may it last.
Well, and you got a couple of rides today?
Yeah, first and the third.
Any chance?
I think both of them will nearly win, yeah.
Well, look, it's great to catch up with you. Really interesting story, and good luck with the runners today.
Thank you.
All set then for our opening race here on Bahrain International Trophy Day, and it is a race for purebred Arabians. It's the Gulf Air Cup for 4 and 5 year olds, and it's run over 1,200 metres, 6/8 of a mile, 6 furlongs. Number 1 is Al Shawaf 1921. Number 2 is Darman 1933. Number 3 is Krushan 1926. Number 4 is Krushan M 1092. 5 is ML Olshan 1912. 6 is Musanan. 7 is Almanatsi 1971. 8 is Kahalen Weld Zurair 1959. And 9 is Al Shawame 1911. They're the runners for the Gulf Air Cup. Most of these horses are wearing some form of headgear. This is the blinkered Al Shawaf. Ibrahim Nader takes the ride. Blinkers did seem to do the trick to some extent on his seasonal debut, Meg.
Yes, that was a much better effort on his return. He's only had the 4 starts, so is still open to further improvement. And I think this trip is absolutely ideal for him.
Looks well. Al Shawaf, number 1. Number 2 is Darman, who ran in the same race last time, but not with quite such distinction.
No, again, he's only had the 4 starts to date, but he needs to show a bit more improvement now. He's looking pretty relaxed walking around the paddock. Maybe he needs to just sharpen up a little bit.
That's number 2, Darman. Number 3 is Krushan, Kasim Jamil for Adel Abdullah. This is a horse who was last in said race.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably one of the most experienced in the field. He's had 7 starts today, but he is going to have to take a bit of a step forward. He's got 3 kilos off his back, a claiming jockey on board, which will hopefully give him a helping hand.
Number 4 is Krushan M 1092. The other Krushan, another grey. What do you make of his chances?
Well, he's another who is going to have to take a step forward. He's a bit exposed in comparison to 1 or 2. He's had 5 starts to date. He looks well in the paddock, though. He's quite a striking grey. There's a few of those in this field.
Number 5 is ML Olshan 1912. Came back with a solid effort in the race that most of these ran in, behind Beyon.
Yeah, he's probably the biggest in the field, Nick. Quite a good size, this horse. Now, I sort of feel as though his best efforts have come over a little bit further. Maybe the 1400 is his optimum trip.
There he is, with an unfeasibly large pair of sheepskin cheek pieces on him. Number 5, ML Olshan. 6 is next, Musanan. Again, not an awful lot of ice cut when we last saw him, but this is his seasonal debut, so maybe he's done well for the break.
Yeah, he's right at the back of the pack in the paddock here. He is, as you say, lacking a run in comparison to most of these in the field, but he looks like he's pretty fit walking around. He's probably going to have to run a career best tonight.
And you've heard from Mark Lawson about Al Managi, who ought to have a pretty strong chance here. He's just at the beginning of his career, and he's beaten most of these already.
Yeah, I think that he has a massive chance. He could well take all the beating. He was second on his only start to date. That was 2 weeks ago. Only narrowly beaten that day as well, as you say, finished ahead of most of these. Now, he is quite imposing. He's a good size, he's strong, well built, and if he can build on that initial debut run, then, as I say, could be a nice winner and a good start to the evening for Mark Lawson.
So he runs in the victorious Forever colours, and so does number 8, Kahalen Weld Zurair, who also made a fairly pleasing debut last time.
Yep, he does. He's a big white face and flashy with those white socks as well, isn't he? But he was 4th on that debut effort a couple of weeks ago. He has another chance. He's likely to improve as well, but he's going to have to find that little bit extra in order to beat his stablemates.
And the only mare in the race, so the only female in the race, is number 9, Al Shawami. Adnan Jafar and Abdullah Kuwaiti teaming up in the Al Wazmir colours, and hasn't beaten many rivals in her starts to date, but again, it is her seasonal debut.
Yeah, we haven't seen her since February, so she's had a little bit longer off the track than a few of these, but only the 3 starts to date. She's been given a bit of time, I imagine, to mature a bit, but she's looking a bit stronger now. Maybe she'll improve for tonight's run.
So 9 go to post then for the 350 race, the Gulf Air Cup. Runners in the paddock, and so is Nick Lightfoot.
Indeed, thank you very much indeed, Nick Luck, alongside Colin Rayner, who is the jockey coach out here for the Bahrain Turf Club, out here for a few years now. How are you enjoying the role?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's challenging at first, but this is my 3rd year now, and really enjoying it. Great.
You were just saying as well with some of the jockeys that perhaps people watching on from afar wouldn't be oh so familiar with in this first race. Can you just give us an idea as to which ones you're closely associated here?
I've got 3 apprentices in this race. I'm hoping Ali son on number 5 will go rather well.
Okay.
He rode it 2 weeks ago, got in a little bit of trouble, and today he's had clear instructions to stay straight, stay out of trouble.
There we go. We'll look forward to number 5. Okay. And as a sort of broader aside from your 3 years now, how much have you enjoyed developing and conditioning younger riders who, as I said, perhaps we wouldn't know oh so much about? Have you enjoyed watching them develop over that time?
Their enthusiasm and hard work knows no bounds.
Really?
They're so dedicated, and so aware also of international racing. So today with these international jockeys, their heroes are here today to ride, and it just brings them on to another level. You know, they realise how professional this game really is.
So the younger jockeys perhaps who are involved in the first race or some of the earlier races on the card, they won't be leaving anytime soon, knowing that William Buick, Asheen Murphy, Dylan Brown, McMonagle, James Dorr, the list goes on. They're going to wait till the last race to have a look at them.
Oh, I'm sure they will, absolutely. And we'll be analysing that race early next week also, and looking at things they can improve at and copy to a certain extent.
Okay, well, the heroes are here. You might as well enjoy them. Colin, thank you very much indeed. Good luck with these, and we'll look out for number 5.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting, the development of jockeys here in Kingdom of Bahrain. And some very talented young riders on show here as well. And there is Darman, number 2, just getting a little edgy for Marciales Horace in the paddock. There is a significantly larger crowd here than normally at the corresponding stage of this late afternoon, Meg. I think it's going to be pretty packed by the time we get to international trophy time.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of every time we turn around, there seems to be more and more people flooding in through the gates. So it's brilliant that it's already getting busy. The atmosphere is starting to build, and a couple of hours yet until the big race is underway. So I imagine it's going to be a fairly full grandstand, and I mean, we're in such a great spot. We get to see the horses up close and personal, and you know, the crowd are coming up to the rail and having a good look at them. So I think later on it's going to be 3 or 4 rows deep of fans, which is brilliant.
Yeah, brand new seating areas there right on the apron of the grandstand. Awful lot's been done to refurbish the facilities since we were here last, and I think they're going to be quite well rewarded.
Very important man to my left, quite rightly so, because he provides the playing surface on the day. It's Andy Waite, the clerk of the course here. How many years now in Bahrain?
2 years now, enjoying every minute of it.
And as regards this day, the International Trophy, which is the big start of the season, as it were, how special have these evenings been over the last couple of years to you?
Really special, and with the lights, it's a different aspect. It's really, really quite impressive.
We talked about earlier about the ground that you've provided, which has been universally really well praised by those that have used it this week, Connections. As a challenge, the Middle East, I guess, gives you something different than just about any other part of the world when it comes to the heat in the summer. How do you counteract that?
It's all down to the watering regime, decompaction, and making sure you've got the right grasses at the right time of year.
Yeah. And are you sort of fairly in line with what you'd expect the ground to be this time of year?
Absolutely. I was aiming for good to firm good, and that's what we've got. What nice, safe ground. You can get a good toe in.
As regards the big race later, it's a smaller field than usual, but at the same time, it's real quality. And I know as the racing fan you are, you've got to have an eye on a tip. Who do you think the likeliest winner is?
I really like the grey horse.
Lion's Pride?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you seen him out in the morning and just been quite impressed with him?
Yes.
There you go, say no more. Andy, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you are well up to speed then ahead of our opening race, this Gulf Air Cup. And cantering down to post there, number 7, Al Managhi, who should take the world of beating here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look at him there, just trotting down to post, really flicking his toe, moving well. And I just think he's been really professional in the prelims. Nicely relaxed in the paddock. He looked really well. And on his way down to the start, he's just stayed perfectly relaxed, which is a really good sign.
Beautiful afternoon here. The temperature's just picked up a notch or two as well, I'd say.
Yeah, it is a lovely evening, isn't it? And we're still just about in the daylights. Later on, we'll obviously be under the floodlights, which were used for the very first time last season. And what an amazing effect they had. It really sort of, I think, lifted the atmosphere that bit more. But still, we got that sun shining still at the moment. And one or two of these runners, they are getting a little bit warm. And you can see here, we've got Kushan M. 1092 getting pretty wound up down at the start. He has got those blinkers on, but he's not helping himself too much.
Krushan M 1092 in shot and isn't giving Hussein Asghar the easiest of times at the moment. It won't be long before the starting team get them round behind the stalls. We are at post time for our opener, the Gulf Air Cup, and they will start midway down the back. It's a fairly short run into the one and only bend here, so track position is pretty crucial. I'd imagine from stall 3, given that he's the most fancied of the low-drawn horses, Ebrahim Neda will try and make a bit of use of Al Shawaf. I wonder if that's the way Mark sees it. Mark, do you think Al Shawaf to try and make it from stall 3?
Possible. He's a horse who tends to race up with the pace. He's done so in all 3 or 4 of his races so far, including when he was 3rd in that key exit race over course and distance. It was actually the very first race of the season, a race that was won by Beyon here a couple of weeks ago. Just backing away is one of the 2 4-year-olds in the field, Al Managhi, with Mark Lawson aboard. Al Managhi, very professional in that race here on the opening day, beaten just a length and a quarter. There were 1 or 2 who were a little less professional in that race, at the gates in particular. Number 8 on the card, Kuhalen Weld Zareya, was extremely slowly away and made a huge move coming up towards the home straight. Got a long, long way behind, and in the end was only beaten around about 4.5, 5 lengths. So if this horse in shot now with the white bridle, Kuhalen Weld Zareya, breaks a little more alertly today, could be a bit of a player here. Al Shawaf, possible pace angle with Ebrahim Nida, goes into stall number 3. Towards the outside into stall 8 goes Kuhalen Weld Zareya. And widest of all into stall 9 is Dahaman and Marciales Juarez. Goes in. And with the cheek pieces, Lolshan And Ali Issa, rearing up now in stall 3 is Al Shawaf, settles in the gate. And they're off. And very slow to begin from stall number 5 was Krushan M1092. Fast away, however, was Al-Managi being taken on the outside by Dahaman. And Dahaman, awash with sweat, sent on around the outside by Marciela Juarez, and now goes on to Al-Managi, who raced in second. The mare, Al-Shumwemi, between horses, now improving into third and closing. Musanan is out wide, at least 3 or 4 wide, going around the turn. Being followed then by Kahalanwel Zarea, who broke more lately than he did on the opening day. Al-Shawaf towards the inside rail, then out quite wide comes Krushan M1092. On that one's inside races Lolshan, and at the back of the field ridden along is Krushan 1926. But it is Dahaman who still has the lead, runs the rail and leads by a couple of lengths. Down the outside, Kahalanwel Zarea is now beginning to charge, and so too it's Al-Managi who's the grey. Al-Managi and Kahalanwel Zarea are now the first two, and it's the two 4-year-olds now who are fighting it out inside the final 200 metres. On the near side, Kahalanwel Zarea now goes to a neck lead over Al-Managi in second place, and racing up towards the line, it's Rahim Jazim and Kahalanwel Zarea who wins. In second, Al-Managi. Staying on for third on the outside was Lolshan, and also with late gain in fourth was Al-Shawaf. An official winner is number 8. That is Kahalanwel Zarea, who did indeed break much more alertly and was far more professional this time on his second start than he had been when fourth, when closing late on the opening day of the season, and has won here for Victorious Forever, for whom this is a 1-2 with their red and white colours coming to the fore with around about 400 metres to go. And inside the final 400, it became a private party for the jockeys in red and white, and it's Rahim Jazim on Kahalanwel Zarea, who beats Al-Managi into second, and then Lolshan in third, and Al-Shawaf, who was a little restless just before the start, didn't get the lead today, but has stayed on back in fourth. An official winner of race 1, number 8, Kahalanwel Zarea.
Zarea wore the first silks of Victorious Forever. He has won quite convincingly here and has beaten Al-Managi, the stable companion, who gave it his best shot. Clearly better was expected first time out from this horse, as Mark told you, but that was much more like it. Good performance, reversing the form with his old adversary from a couple of weeks ago. Kahalanwel Zarea beats Al-Managi back.
Yeah, as you say, has managed to reverse that form with his stablemate, and he's the one that improved the most of the two. I feel as if this horse just probably got into a better rhythm early on and just had that little bit extra in the final 100 metres, and it was possibly a little bit snug at the line. He was fairly lightly ridden when hitting the front, and he's won, yeah, pretty smartly in the end.
He looks the part. The 4-year-olds dominating this race, the once-race 4-year-olds, and ML Olshan has done the best of the older brigade, finishing back in third, and was getting a little warm and above himself in the paddock, so that's not a bad effort at all from the third. Has bumped into 2 horses with fewer convictions, much less exposed, and Ali is alongside the winning rider.
Congratulations, Rahim. He dug in deep for you there.
Yes, he was a bit green. I thought I hit the front too soon. He ran well his first race in the first week, and today I knew he had a chance, so he won nicely.
And nice for you to be on the winners, in the winners' circle on a day like today.
Yes, on this big day, it's always nice to get a winner, and I'm happy.
Your third win of the season. It started well, isn't it?
Yes, the season is going good. We're riding winners every week. Hope we could continue ride winners every week.
Well done with this one. Congratulations then. The winning our opening race. Well done to Rahim Jazim.
All right, let's take our opening race again, the Gulf Air Cup. We'll take it from the 400 metre. I honestly thought that the grain, Mark Lawson, Al-Managhi, might be saving a little bit here, but you called it right. Cahalan Weldum's just looked the stronger.
He did, and I think he was just given a little bit more of a patient ride. The pace was quite strong up in front, and the winner has just managed to save that little bit extra for the final 100 metres there, and he's won just over a length, a little bit snug, I think, to the line. But look, these two stablemates met last time. The form has obviously been reversed, but as you said, it's the 4-year-olds that managed to dominate here. They were lightly raced with only one start each, and they have probably both stepped forward, but obviously the winner more so, managing to close the 5.5 length difference between them last time.
Winner just looks a superior type of horse, really, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a big, strong colt, that is for sure, and physically he's only going to continue to improve. You can see ears pricked when he did hit the front.
He knew when he'd done enough.
He knew when he'd done enough. He knew he was away and home. So, no, it was a nice performance. I think we're going to see now he's got his head in front. I imagine we're going to see him running in the domestic graded races going forward, and he's one to keep on side potentially for this season.
8, Cahalan Weldum wins the opening race here, the Gulf Air Cup.
So we come to the trophy presentation for our opening race, the Gulf Air Cup, and we're delighted to welcome onto the stage Mr. Khaled Taki, Chairman of Gulf Air Group, and also Martin Gorse, Group CEO of Gulf Air Group Holding. Congratulations to our winner then, Cahalan Weldum, winning trainer Yusuf Taha, winning jockey Abdurrahim Jassim. Cahalan Weldum, the winner of the Gulf Air Cup, our opening race on this special night. go, and delighted to have Tina Evans alongside us, representing Joseph O'Brien's stable. Yeah, a spectacular evening at the Four Seasons on Wednesday for the draw for the big race, and the man to my left will be on board Caliph in the trophy. Caliph drawing stall number 8. Alberto, what did you make of that?
Yeah, it's, with Caliph it's not really matter the draws because normally it runs for the back, so I'll get some cover and try to run on down the straight. He ran third last year, and hopefully we can make something better this year. It's a tough race.
It is a tough race. He's a tough horse and a good horse. He's a Group 1 winner last season in Europe. How's he been since being back here in Bahrain with Fawzi Nas? I know you're coming in and out from Qatar, but have you had a chance to sit on him?
Yeah, I sat on him last Saturday. He galloped on the grass, and he had a promising work. So let's see, because his last 2 performances were a bit below his standard, and if he can repeat the form of Hong Kong and the Saudi, it could be competitive, even if this is a strong field and is a tough field. You know, every horse got his own chance.
Who do you fear the most?
There is few, the one ridden by James Doyle, Royal Champion, and also I like Galeb. So because today I watched his race back to Ireland, and I study all horses, so it's going to be a very competitive field.
Now, it's nice to see you here. As I said, you were between Qatar and Bahrain. You've had a good start to the season here. Are we going to be seeing you regularly at these big meetings?
Yeah, hopefully yes, because I got to deal with Victorious and Fawzi Nas for World Season. So hopefully I'm going to be here every Friday. I hope to ride the winners every week, which is not easy, but we try our best.
Now, we spoke to Mark Lawson a little bit earlier, who's made a comeback after 10 years away from the saddle. You also showed some resilience this year because, March time, you had a really nasty fall. Tell us about that, and how long did it take for the recovery?
Yeah, well, on the 6th March I had a fall and I broke 6 ribs, pneumothorax and scapula. And I was back for the Dubai turf. So in 28 days after I was back, and actually I was already in Dubai riding Goemon, which unfortunately we lost him. And I flew here in Bahrain on Friday just to ride, and rode 1 race I won, and then I went back to Dubai to ride the Dubai World Cup night. So it was an amazing achievement.
Well, an incredible recovery, 28 days from all those broken bones. I'm going to let you go because you're wearing the colours of California in the next race, so good luck with your other rides and good luck with Caliph later.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And a man has got an incredible strike rate this season. He's had 5 rides here in the 2 meetings, winning on 3 of them. So good luck to Alberto Sana. He's riding Caliph in the big one.
And we can now confirm the result of the first race, which was the Gulf Air Cup for purebred Arabians. First, number 8, Kuhalen Weld Zarea. Second, number 7, Al Managi. Third, number 5, Lolshan. Fourth was number 1, Al Shawaf. And the 5th horse was number 2, Dahaman. The numbers 8, 7, 5 and 1. Race 1 is now official.
Okay, runners are in the paddock for our next race, which is the Brown Advisory sponsored Cup. This is run over 1,400 metres, so a furlong further than our first race. It's 7 furlongs, and you've just been hearing from the rider of California, Alberto Sana, and California must be among the leading chances here. 2 is Call the Wind, Lee Newman for Paul Smith. 3 is His Arm. 4 is Nahi, and 5 is Pisces. 6 Sinatra. 7 Budvar, and 8 is that horse's stable companion and owner mate, Tomahawk. Okay, let's take a look at these runners in the paddock, and we'll start with California, who takes a sharp drop in distance here, Meg.
Yes, absolutely. But was a graded winner last year, signing off the season with a winner in a domestic Grade 1. He did improve for a start last season, and he's a compact, strong individual, but do you not think he could just be too classy for this field?
California then, sheepskin noseband. 2 in the hood is Call the Wind. A good-looking horse. Lee Newman takes the ride for Paul Smith, and he's a horse who was a winner when we last saw him, but that was quite some time ago.
Yep, that was the end of last season, and it came over today's trip as well. He's a big, strong horse. He's looks well in the paddock for sure. Again, he was one that improved for a start last year.
Number 3 is His Arm. His Arm, who was 4th in a domestic Group 3 last time we saw him, back in April. We'll have a look at number 4 now, Nahi, who gets the inside stall and goes back up to 1400, which should suit, I'd say.
Yes, I think he's fairly versatile in terms of distance. 2 wins last season, but this is tougher, and he's holding plenty of condition.
He surely is. 5 Pisces is not in the paddock yet. Dual winner Sinatra is the next horse that we can look at. Wins relatively infrequently.
Yeah, not the easiest to win with, is he? But I thought he looked a picture in the paddock. He was running into a couple of places, and I think he goes well fresh. I thought he had a chance of sneaking into the frame again.
And then the great unknown, the brace of first-timers for Fauzi Nas. Budvar, first of all, number 7. Looks great in his skin.
Yeah, of the 2 unraced runners, I thought that Budvar was my pick in the paddock. Quite a tall horse, but he looks fit and ready for his debut. His dam was a 80-rated sprinter back in the UK, so she ran to a fair level.
Yeah, that would certainly get the job done here, I'd say. 8 is Tomahawk. Stefan Lajaj has already got the leg up.
Yeah, and again, his dam was a decent enough performer over 6 and 7 furlongs back in the UK. She was rated about 84. This horse is a half relation to more than that, a 12 furlong winner for this yard. So maybe he is going to be better when upped in distance.
So these 2 horses at the bottom, their pedigrees are encouraging enough to make you think that they ought to be able to take a hand, whether it's today or in due course, against this sort of company or better. Nick Lightfoot, where are you?
I'm in the parade ring. Nick, thank you very much. In company of a man who's here for the first time, Joseph O'Brien, who's got Galen a little bit later on. Joseph, thank you very much indeed for joining us. When did you get in?
Got in last night. It's fantastic to be here and looking forward to the racing this afternoon.
You did send a nice filly here a few years ago above the curve, but you weren't present that day. From that trip, what do you think you took away from it?
Yeah, I suppose probably needing a little bit more pace than what we brought on today. So we have Galen this afternoon. He's a horse that is progressive and consistent, so we're hoping for a good run.
With the pace in mind and knowing how he won the Alleged earlier this year, and without giving all the trade secrets away, do you think we could see something similar today as regards how he's raced?
Yeah, he's a pretty prominent racer.
Yeah.
He ran very well in the Wolverton. He ran obviously a big run in the Alleged. He likes going right-handed, which will probably suit here compared to some of his runs this year, and he likes fast ground.
A change of headgear today?
Yeah, he gets visors for the first time, so hopefully tactically that will encourage his focus.
And just watching on from afar and seeing this place for the first time with your own eyes, how much have you enjoyed watching this time of year, and of course the Turf Series, just watching the development of what's only half a decade plus of racing out here?
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here, and I have been trying to get here for the last couple of years, but I'm delighted to be here, looking forward to the racing this afternoon and looking forward to coming back.
I'm sure they're delighted you're here, Joseph. Thank you. Good luck later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could be a pretty memorable day all round if Joseph O'Brien were to win his first Bahrain International with Galen, because he's on 999 career worldwide flat winners. So that would be quite a way to bring up the 1,000.
Yeah, it would be some milestone to get, wouldn't it? And no better place, no better race to do it. So best of luck to Joseph O'Brien a bit later on this evening.
I think Galen will run well.
Yeah, first time visor I thought was interesting. The cheek pieces helped him, and I don't think he's going to have much competition for the pace. So if his jockey can get the fractions right, maybe he'll have a good chance.
His thoughts we didn't see in the paddock, the reason being he came straight in and went straight out. He never did a tour of the paddock. This is Pisces. Pisces, who when we last saw him back in April was finishing a creditable enough, albeit quite well beaten, third in a domestic Group 2.
Yes, possibly best over the 1600. Today's trip might just be a little bit short of his very best.
They're at the post now for race 2, the Brown Advisory Cup for local purebred thoroughbreds, and 1,400 metres on the round course. They start midway down the back straight. Starting stalls in position, and horses circling and about to move forward as we are now just 2 minutes away from the scheduled post time. One of them has got rather edgy down at the start. That is number 3, Hizam. He's in a little bit of a muck sweat down at the start, and he is just inclined to boil over a little with double seeking Rahin Jazim in the saddle. The class angle in this race is California, as we've been hearing, winner of the domestic Group 1 in April, the Owners' Cup over 2,000 metres. He's only been unplaced once in his life. He's won 4 times and been placed either second or third on 6 more occasions from 11 career starts, but his one very poor run came on his seasonal reappearance here last year, when off an 8-month break he broke slowly in a race over 1,400, a very similar race to this, and was never competitive. So although he is very much the domestic Group 1 horse in this field, he did not run well in a similar race to this on his comeback run 12 months ago. There's the view down the back straight. So when they leave that back straight behind them, they have around about 1,000 metres left to run, and then it's on the turn for another 400 metres before they make the way into the home straight. So here on the outer course, the final run-in is 600 metres, with all the races today on the outer of the 2 turf courses. And now the blindfold is put on Hizam for stalls entry, and now the first runners are moving into the stalls. Hizam himself is a lightly raced horse. He's only had the 4 starts so far, and he's won twice, both his wins coming in similar weight for age races over 1,600 metres last season. Last time out in April, he was beaten 13 lengths in that Grade 1 over 1,600, where California finished second. Pisces, who didn't come into the paddock until all the other horses had left, has got in first, followed in by California, and Pisces is climbing and boxing the gate, and rider Ibrahim Nada has had to get into the framework of the stalls. One of the gate crew climbing now into the stalls to give Ibrahim a little bit of a hand. The 8-year-old Nahi is already in. The first-time starter Budvar next to go forward, followed in by Call the Wind, course and distance handicap winner here in April. One of 2 runners in the race, trained by Paul Smith. And now down to the last couple to load. Gate 7 for Hizam is the last one to be occupied. Moving forward now. They're in the gate. And they're off. For the Brown Advisory Cup, they race over 1,400 metres, and very alertly away is Call the Wind, who is sent on by Lee Newman and already gets a break over the pack. His lead is already 2.5 lengths over Sinatra, who races in second. Hizam is very keen in third. First-time starter Budvar pushing up towards the inside. California is in 5th position in a well-strung outfield. Nahi is in 6th. Pisces is in 7th. He's changing his legs at the moment. Pisces not really relishing the gallop, and he is ahead of the other first-time starter Tomahawk as they make the turn. And Lee Newman really has thrown down the gauntlet here. Call the Wind clear now by 6 lengths. Giving chase, it is Sinatra in second. Hizam made the turn in third. California in 4th. Budvar has stopped very, very quickly, now overtaken by Nahi and also Pisces, who looks a very difficult ride, and totally tailed off is Tomahawk. Inside the final 400 they go, and Call the Wind begins to paddle. And now on the outside, both Hizam and California begin to gain ground. Back in 4th position is Sinatra, and late gain from Pisces. All change inside the final 200. Alberto Sana and California now going on by 2 lengths to Hizam in second. Class will out. The Group 1 horse wins here on his seasonal reappearance. California wins. Hizam was back in second, staying on in third with Sinatra, and in 4th, Call the Wind. California, who was disappointing in a similar race to this 12 months ago, his worst run of his career, has broken alertly today. He's chased a very fast pace, and under Alberto Sana has won for Fozinas and has won with a fair bit in hand. He has beaten Hizam, who was very edgy before the start, but has held on to 2nd position, and then it was Sinatra and Call the Wind in the same ownership back in 3rd and 4th places. But this was the class performance of the race by California. He is already a domestic Group 1 winner, and he will have plenty more days in races of that calibre, but this has really got him going for the season with a comprehensive victory over Hizam in the Brown Advisory Cup. Unofficial winner of race 2, number 1, California.
Well, you couldn't have written that better for California, in truth. Yes, he's outclassed them, but he's a horse with lots of form over further than this, and they went like the clappers, or at least Lee Newman did on Call the Wind, and that set it up beautifully for Alberto Sana. And California, in fairness, he's had to concede quite a bit of weight to all his rivals, and Alberto's had a job pulling him up. 8 pounds to the runner-up, and a fair bit more to the 3rd, and the same to the 4th. There you go, California in a different league.
Yeah, way too classy for his rivals today, wasn't he? And I think the strong pace in front suited him. It became enough of a stamina test over the 1400 for him today. And his rider, Alberto Sana, didn't panic when the fast pace was set. He sat handy in the rest of the group. He allowed California just to ease into the race, and up the home straight, he just went through the motions quietly. He was way too good at the line, and he's taken some serious amounts of pulling up, as you say. He's a classy horse on his day.
Yeah, really smart performance from California, as he was entitled to do, but he is only a 5-year-old, so there should be plenty more fun to be had with him. He's still got a fair way before he makes his way to Ali.
Yeah, I know he really did take quite a lot of pulling up. We do normally see him running over further. This was a lovely opportunity on his seasonal return, and yeah, I think it wouldn't be a surprise to see him back and trip, seeing how many extra furlongs he's gone in that pull-up. But look, he's a great horse. That's his 5th win for the team now. He's, you know, done also so well for Fawzi Nas, and I think he'll be pleased, Fawzi, to get his first winner on this evening's card as well.
Fawzi, who'll be represented by Caliph later on, of course, in the Bahrain International. Here's Alberto Sanna alongside Ali Vance.
And Alberto's just telling me what a special horse this is to you.
Yeah, last year after I had my injury, I went back and I won a Group 1 with him. So it's a quite kind of special horse. Today was running a bit shorter distance because 1400. And last year I won over 2000 meters, so he got a class, so it was an easy job.
Yeah, I mean, he's a classy horse. There's some big races to win. There's plenty of long season ahead. But what would be his ideal trip, looking ahead to sort of the Crown Prince's Cup and King's Cup distances?
Yeah, hopefully. That must be the plan to go on. And last year when he won, one time he beat me with Galicia, which I was the jockey of Galicia last year, which she's the extremely best filly over here. And I was a bit surprised to get beat from this horse. But then the time after I was on him, and I realized why he beat Galicia. He's a super horse.
Brilliant. Well done. Congratulations, and to Alberto Sanna winning on board California.
I'll try and find this. Bloodless stuff from California in our second race here, the Brown Advisory Cup. This is how it was done. When we pick it up at the 200-meter pole, Cool the Wind is just beginning to paddle, and then it was all over and rather inevitable.
Yeah, for sure. Cool the Wind's gone fast fractions up in front, but that really suited California, who we know stays much further than this 1400 meters. He was eased down at the line. He's done this pretty easily, I think it's fair to say, and be interesting to see. We quite often see winners coming down towards the middle of the track, pulled off that rail and given a clear sighting. So be interesting to see if jockeys follow that sort of similar path throughout the evening and into our international trophy later on. Will that be the Golden Highway?
Yeah, just choosing to come a little way off the fence.
Yeah, we saw that often enough last season, and be interesting if it continues to sort of develop that way through the night. But I wouldn't be surprised to see it become a bit of a pattern, and certainly Alberto Sanna knows where to go on this track. He's had plenty of winners, as Ali was saying, already this season. His strike rate is pretty hot.
Alberto Sanna wins race 2 then, the Brown Advisory Cup on California for Fawzi Nas.
So we come to the trophy presentation for the Brown Advisory Cup. We welcome up Jack Weatherby to present the trophy. Well done to California, making a seasonal return and a winning one. Well done to winning trainer Fauzi Nas, winning owner Abdullah Sami Nas receiving the trophy there. And we will wait for the winning jockey Alberto Sanna, California, the winner of the Brown Advisory Cup.
Okay, the result is now official of race 2. California is the winner, Alberto Sanna for Fauzi Nas. Now, a couple of years ago, a love affair began here in Bahrain that could yet reap extraordinary consequences. Dan and Claire Kubler, the husband and wife training partnership, who'd based themselves in Lambourne in England, came out here with Astro King, the horse they'd done extremely well with. He ran with great credit in the feature race, and they've been yearning to come back ever since, but they've done more than that. They've made this place home as invitees of the Royal Stable, as they've explained earlier in the week.
It was a real honour to be offered and to get the phone call from Sheikh Issa and to come out here and train from the Royal Stables and for Al Adiyat. It's an incredible opportunity. As Dan just mentioned, the ambition and enthusiasm here to create something that's not only great internationally but also great locally. It's just an incredible journey to be a part of, and we're really excited.
Yeah, there's a lot of challenges and there's a lot of things to take on board, and you know, we're both lucky. We've worked internationally in different places, and we've obviously had a little bit of experience of Bahrain, and we've got a great bunch of team behind us, supporting us and working together with us and giving us lots of advice and guidance. And you know, particularly Ibrahim has been really helpful in the mornings, you know, working horses and galloping horses, so that's really helpful. And you know, but horsemanship is horsemanship everywhere. You know, it's the basic skills and the fundamentals are really important. And down the line, as we start doing a bit more work with the horses and really start to learn them, then the data starts to help give us a bit more insight, further ideas about how to train. And you know, always when you start in a new place or doing something different, you just collect the data and you just look at it, and you need to build that pool of information before you really start making changes. But there will be insights as we go along and references to go back to. So yeah.
It's so exciting to have that opportunity to work with such quality horses, and as Dan mentioned, also a quality team. You know, since day one on arrival, we've had such amazing support from everyone, and the enthusiasm and backing, just tailoring it to each individual horse, and it's very special, and we're very lucky and can't wait to get started.
I think you know, you can see the work on the grandstand. The roof has changed colour. You know, everything is changing, and you know, there's more roads going everywhere, and you know, you can see the vision. And I'm really excited to see what the place is going to look like in a few weeks' time, because everyone tells me it will be finished soon and it will look amazing. That next phase and that constant building is what really drew us here. That ambition to really make and develop something special, and you can really see it all around you.
Yeah, that very thoughtful approach, isn't it? Doing the floodlighting, you know, to open up the opportunities for racing, introducing a lot more food avenues, and so people can really come and enjoy the whole experience of racing, not just with the horses. Yeah, obviously the number of trainers, the jockeys, I mean the jockey training program is exceptional. I've been really blown away by it, having been here the last couple of years, or seeing the change over the last couple of years, sorry. Yeah, and obviously the quality of horse and the breeding program out here, so it's really interesting to learn more and exciting, as Dan said, to be a part of it all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very challenging series because, you know, people coming from everywhere, and you've got that really interesting mix of the horses that are trained in Bahrain against the horses that are coming from elsewhere in the world, and seeing how they kind of match up, and it really sets the tone for the quality that is present in Bahrain. The fact that, you know, actually they win as many races as those horses that are, you know, making the effort. So, you know, people are making the effort to bring a horse here. They must think quite a high bid of that horse and that there's still potential. So they're hugely competitive handicaps and they're really exciting. And I know His Highness is very, very keen to win one, and it's something that we really hope we can do for him. I think this season coming is really creating a foundation, because this is a longer term project. There's a lot of development work going on to really improve the facilities we're training from in the next year, and obviously, you know, you mentioned earlier the new challenges and the adaptation. So it's really creating the foundation and building the team and really understanding what works here and what we need to improve, because racing is every day with a horse you learn something new. That's the beauty of working with these animals, is you're always learning from them and you're always learning new things. And so year one is creating the platform. So the ambition is that come year two, we have a good enough understanding and basis to really aim for the top here in Bahrain.
Result of race number 2, the Brown Advisory Cup. First, number 1, California. Second, number 3, His Arm. Third, number 6, Sinatra. Fourth was number 2, Call the Wind. And the fifth horse was number 5, Pisces. 1, 3, 6 and 2 the numbers. Race 2 is now official.
So our third race this afternoon is the Lexus Cup, and it is due off at 4:50, 10 to 5. And number 1 is El Vogue. 2 is Living Art. 3, Midal. 4, Mudalal. 5 is Rider on the Storm. 6, Galatia. And 7 is Mediterranean Moon. Galatia's going to be quite hard to beat here, but here's a horse who might put it up to her. He's a 3-time winner, including at the highest domestic level. And he is El Vogue with 2 handlers.
Yeah, this is a pretty talented horse. He's last saw him winning the King's Cup, and that was over the 2,400. So at the 1,800 this evening is a bit sharp of his best, but I think it's fair to say he looks an absolute picture in the paddock, and he's shown that he's a very talented horse.
That's number 1, El Vogue. Number 4 we can pick up next. Gelded son of Outstrip, Mudalal, Sufyan Sadi for Fauzi Nas, making his seasonal debut.
Yeah, last season he did improve a fair bit from his reappearance run, and he found graded level a bit tough last season. Returning in a domestic grade 1 could be asking a bit much.
Here we are, number 5, Rider on the Storm. Paul Smith trains this horse. Regular rider Marciales Torres in the saddle.
Might just be stretching his stamina over the 1,800 this evening, Nick. He's possibly best over the 14, maybe just about 1,600, but he's a very consistent type.
Just on his toes. 6 is Galatia. She'll take a lot of beating.
Yeah, she's an admirable mare, isn't she? And she looks an absolute picture. She's certainly looking fit. A multiple graded winner. She's 8 from 11 overall, and I don't think her winning tally has stopped there.
And she's got quite a smart pedigree for a locally bred mare as well. Galatia, Mark Lawson for Rob McDowell. 8 7 is Mediterranean Moon, Lee Newman and Paul Smith.
Yeah, this mare goes well fresh, and her form ties in quite nicely with Elvoga and Galicia last year. She's very consistent, the trip's fine. She's quite big, isn't she? She's a tall mare, and she also is looking pretty fit. She's ready for this evening's task ahead.
Your runners are in the parade ring then for the Lexus Cup. 7 of them go to post here. Galicia, Mark Lawson, and El Vogue amongst the leading fancies here. And you can have a look at 3, Midhal now. Dylan Brown McMonagle having a spin round the circuit here at the Bahrain Turf Club ahead of his ride on Galen in the big race later, and fresh from his heroics at the Breeders' Cup. Here's Midhal then. What sort of chance do you give his mount?
Well, he had a solid season, didn't he, last year? But I would say he looks as if he will tuck up and be a bit sharper for this run back. He was behind Galicia a couple of times last season, so a career best might be required. He's a big boy.
He's getting a little warm. 3, Midhal. The one we haven't seen is number 2, Living Art. Alberto Sanna looking for a double in the same silks as the ones he wore half an hour or so ago aboard California. Living Art then will be entering the paddock fairly shortly. What sort of chance do you give him, Megs?
Well, I suppose he's a 9-year-old now and remains vulnerable to a couple of younger rivals. He's probably better over further as well. The 1800 just about on the sharp side. Interesting to see when he does arrive into the paddock. But I think Alberto Sanna is already on board, so we won't get a full look at him.
He's going straight out. He's not actually gone into the parade ring. You can just see there in the foreground, number 2, Living Art. He may have come out onto the track, but I'm not sure he wants to go down the start much.
No, he's taking a little bit of encouraging, but Alberto has got him trotting away there now, reluctantly. He's looking a bit of a handful, I must say. He was winless last season, but ran okay a couple of times. But he's going to have to be more willing than he is to go down there once the gates open, because he's looking to be pretty hard work. I wouldn't be surprised if Alberto ends up jumping off at some point and maybe leading him down, but it's not happening at the moment.
Yeah, he's having to work significantly harder on this horse on the way down than he did in the previous race on California.
He's a 9-year-old now with plenty of experience, and he certainly knows how to make life tricky as well, doesn't he? He's sort of cocking his jaw and turning back on Alberto there, making it a pretty tricky task. I think his groom there is just going to get a lead on him to see if he can be a bit of a help. It also looks like he's managed to sort of shake that red hood off, and maybe that's annoying him a bit as well. If he gets the lead down to the start, he might settle when he's behind the stalls.
No such problems for most of the others, including the well-fancied Galicia, number 6. Her trainer is with Ali.
A new face here. Nice to see you here, Robert. Now you come over to train for His Highness Sheikh Abdullah and his sons. So nice to inherit some horses, particularly this one, Galicia.
Yeah, it's very nice to inherit some nice horses like this. I'm obviously incredibly grateful to His Highness for giving me the opportunity to train such lovely horses, and hopefully I can do him justice and we can have a few winners.
Fill us in, you were with Smart Prescott before?
Yes, I've worked for Smart Prescott, Owen Burrows for quite a while, and I've had a few spells in America along the way.
What opportunity was this?
It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to be able to come out here in my first job training and train 75-plus horses. It's been incredible, really.
Now, how is Galicia so fantastic last season?
She seems in incredibly good form. She's the best we've got, so it's hard to get a guide on her when she's galloping, but we're incredibly happy with how she's trained. The hard work's done now. We've just got to sit back and enjoy this.
Week 3, and the pressure is suddenly on you, isn't it?
Yes, I've put a little bit of pressure on myself, but I spoke to my dad earlier and he told me that pressure is a privilege, so I have to remember that.
Well, good luck with her.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Rob McDowell has had a lot of experience in the UK around a whole host of good trainers.
Yeah, for sure. I remember actually Rob was down at my dad's for a few years, and he's also been on to work for the likes of Owen Burrows, Sir Mark Prescott. plenty of big stables where he will have learned an awful lot, and to be able to get this opportunity is obviously huge, and having a mare like this in the stable is obviously, I mean, it's the dream you want, isn't it? To have a horse that's capable of running in and winning the domestic Grade 1 races, that is what you were dreaming of. So Glacier is an 8-time winner overall, a multiple group winner as well, and she looked an absolute picture beforehand.
So you confidently expect her to get the job done here?
I think she's the one that they've got to beat. Don't get me wrong, El Vogue is also a very talented horse, and he won the King's Cup last time, but that was over much further. So I just wonder if this 1800 is going to be a little bit too sharp for El Vogue, whereas our Galatia, this is her trip. This is ideal. She's got that speed that is going to be required. She has won over the 2000 as well, but I think she's got the tactical speed that might be required for the 1800.
Well, they're assembling down at the start. I wonder how Mark sees it.
Well, just waiting for Living Art to join the others, Nick. He's still around about 150 metres or so from the starting stalls. He also doesn't normally tend to show this much of a problem on the way down. He is a little bit tricky, and that's why he's mounted the pre-parade ring, but he's not the horse who normally takes this long to get to the start, and he absolutely is a first time out specialist, and he's already won on this corresponding card twice in the past. He won a course and distance race here in 2022, and he won a race over 2,000 metres on this card in 2023. So Living Art, he might well be not behaving in the prelims, but he's a horse who is very, very effective, fresh and early on in the campaign, and he's now just about to join the others, who are now circling down at the 1800 metre start. The fact is, with Galatia, you were discussing there is Living Art now having just joined the others. We were talking about Galatia, and her form has been absolutely franked in the last half an hour, of course, by California. We were hearing by Alberto Sanna that he was rather surprised that California got beaten by Galatia last season, and then it's turned out that Galatia is the best mare currently in training here in Bahrain. She's also a real specialist at this rather different distance of a mile and a furlong, or 1800 metres. She's a perfect 2 out of 2 over this exact course and distance, and that includes the win in the Oaks of 2024. Indeed, we got 2 Bahrain Oaks winners in this race, because Mediterranean Moon also won the Bahrain Oaks. She took the race in 2023 as the first of the runners move in, and it is Mudalal who goes in first into the stalls with Sofiane Sadi. Goes into stall number 2. El Vogue, the winner of His Majesty the King's Cup over 2400 here in March, drawn on the inside with Raheem Jazim. On the outside, in the same ownership, Midhal and Dylan Brown McMonigal. Next in goes Rider on the Storm, and then Mediterranean Moon, Galatia and Living Art to complete the line. Larson's moving in. They're in the gate. And they're off. For the domestic Grade 1, the Lexus Cup, run over 1800 metres, and through the early stages, not a great deal of pace on, and that means that Rider on the Storm will get an easy lead and already scoots 3 lengths clear of Mudalal, who races in second. Mediterranean Moon is in third. Very keen El Vogue in 4th position. Around the outside, Midhal is racing in 5th, and they've got 1400 ahead of them. Galatia, with head bowed, she wants to go much quicker than Mark Lawson will allow, and Living Art and Alberto Sanna at the back of the field as Rider on the Storm goes further and further clear. The lead now has opened up to 15 lengths as they race inside the final 1100 metres. Marciales Juarez and Rider on the Storm clear of, in second place, Mudalal and Sofiane Sadi. On the inside, Mediterranean Moon is in third, and then on the outside, Midhal in 4th. El Vogue makes the turn in 5th, followed by Galatia and Living Art. And Galatia and Living Art at the moment are a good 20 lengths off this tearaway leader, who continues to be Rider on the Storm, who now makes the run back towards home. So now they're entering the final 600 and still a lead of well over 12 lengths. It's 15 maybe for Rider on the Storm. The others now are sent in chase. Midhal has taken second. To the inside, Mudalal is back in third. Down the wide outside, Galatia is trying to pick up, but she's got a mountain to climb, and now they've got another 300 to go. The leader is still Rider on the Storm. Midhal is beginning to close. Mediterranean Moon, Galatia down the wide outside, and now on the outer, Dylan Brown, Matt Monagle and Midhal have taken the lead and now go clear. Racing up towards the line, it is Midhal in front. Mediterranean Moon stayed on for second. Galatia was never nearer than third at the line, and back in fourth, the long-time leader, Rider on the Storm. Midhal is the winner, trained by Abdullah Kuwaiti, and Dylan Brown, Matt Monagle, fresh from his win at the Breeders' Cup, wins on Midhal, and he sat in second or third in the chasing group, and it looked for a long time as though they had a lot to do, but in the end it was Midhal who has come through to gain his fourth career success. Rider on the Storm did get a very easy lead and then really took off down the back straight, but was just walking inside the final 150. And it's Midhal who comes home to beat Mediterranean Moon in second, and the other mare, Galatia, back in third, who was never nearer than at the end. Winner here unofficially, number 3, Midhal.
Well, take a bow, Dylan Brown McMonagle. He rides Galen in our feature race later. He comes to Bahrain. He gets to sit on Midhal, who was far from the most obvious winner of this race. And his tactical acumen has seen this horse home, because he was really the only one who didn't let Rider on the Storm get miles away.
Yeah, I mean, early doors, he sort of settled in around halfway, but Dylan was certainly aware of the fast pace that was being set by Rider on the Storm. And as you say, he just had him in his sights. And go past the 400 meters here, Dylan's the first one to go and challenge, go and try and draw back our leader, Rider on the Storm. And he has nicked valuable lengths on other clothers like Galatia, who was just too far out of her ground.
Yeah, she was. She was quite keen early. Seasonal debut. Obviously, Jockey wants to switch her off, get her settled. She didn't really get the run of things today, or the rub of the green. Sure, she can move forward from that. She's challenging very, very deep on the track too.
Yeah, she's been sat pretty well last throughout, and as you say, a bit keen early, and then the race sort of got away from her, challenged down towards the middle of the track. In comparison to our winner, who's only 1 or 2 off the rail, and that was pretty much the story throughout the race, saving a bit of ground. Be interesting to see what Dylan thinks of conditions out on the track.
Yeah, here he is with Ali.
Yeah, congratulations, Dylan. You timed that to perfection.
It was very straightforward. I rode this horse last year when I was here and was second on him over a little bit further. The ground is well watered here tonight, and I felt like that would help him. I got a nice run into the race. He can be a little bit keen, but he relaxed good today for the first half, and he was able to pick up the pieces in the last.
You've got a good strike rate here, haven't you?
Yeah, it's my second winner here now, so very lucky to be getting on these kind of horses, and a big thanks to the team for putting me on. So delighted to get a winner on a big night here, so it's a good start.
And Galen a little later, will he like this ground?
Yeah, it won't be any problem to him. He's very versatile. He's a very consistent and genuine horse, so hopefully if he gets a clean run around and he puts his best foot forward, he can go very close, but it's a competitive race, so we'll do our best.
Well done then for getting in the winner early doors on this one, Midhal.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. There is a steward's inquiry to...
Well, welcome back. The stewards' inquiry is ongoing into race 3, an incident down the back. It did involve the winner, Midhal, and the runner-up, Mediterranean Moon. There has been an objection lodged. We don't have the result of that stewards' inquiry just yet, but we are going to move on to our next race, the Bapco Energies Cup. Result stands. Result stands, we're told. Race 3, result stands. Midhal confirmed the winner. Okay, so race 4, here we go for the Bapco Energies Cup. Due off at 5:20, 2,200 metres here. 3-year-olds and upwards. Number 1 is Zagato, standing dish here in Bahrain. Sufyan Sadi for Fawzi Nas. 2 is Signalman, Hussein Maki for Fawzi Nas. The other Nas runner in the top 3 is Bleak, ridden by Rosie Jessup. Knight of Honour, Hussein Asghar for Ali Abdul Majid, who also trains Tartan Chief, the mount of Hassan Al Safar. 6 is Tawarek, another one of the Nas runners, Stefan Lajaj. 7 panning for gold, Rossa Ryan taking the ride. Rossa will be on Pride of Arras in our big race later. 8 is Roller Jam, Alberto Sana looking for a double for Fawzi Nas. 9 is Intricacy, Benoit Lasayette for Jabba Ramadan. 10 is Vestigia, Thomas Lukacek for Jabba Ramadan. All right then, let's take a look at them in the paddock. Number 3, we're going to have a look at first of all. This is Rosie Jessup's mount, Bleak. Well, we'll have a look at Bleak in a minute, but here's number 1, Zagato. Prolific winner here in Bahrain.
Yeah, unbelievable, this horse. He's an 11-time winner now, and he is ultra consistent too. He won this race on his return last season. He signed off last season with a win in the Bahrain Gold Cup in April, and you just have to respect him a lot around here. He looks a picture. He is a 7-year-old now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him add more victories to that tally.
2 is in shot now. That is the grey Signalman. Nicely bred gelding, who, when last we saw him, was enjoying one of his finest hours. Devastatingly impressive.
Yeah, this horse goes well fresh. He's another from the Fawzi Nas stable who steps up in grade this time around. A mark of 100, that could be a little bit tough.
3 is next. Bleak. Rosie Jessup riding for Fawzi. And was ahead behind Zagato in that domestic Group 1 when we were last with you in April.
Yeah, he last season did improve plenty for his return, and I just think looking at him in comparison to his stablemates, it might be the same story. He might just strip fitter for this run.
Let's have a look at horse 4. This is Knight of Honour, Hussein Asghar for Ali Abdul Majid. 7-time winner, Knight of Honour.
Getting a little bit warm, isn't he, there? Just underneath his girth and underneath the saddlecloth there. He's starting to get a little bit sweaty. He was pretty competitive in handicaps last season, but this is going to require a career best.
We'll pick up horse 5 next. Another one for the Al Mohammadiyah racing team. This is Tartan Chief, who has been quite a talented horse on his day.
He has. He stays further than this. He's certainly a strong stayer, this horse. He was pretty busy last season, but he was kind of steadily progressive. He does look an absolute picture. Your eye's always drawn to him, that apple grey, and he's quite a thick-set horse. He could be another one that is a little bit better for his return back. You can see he carries plenty of condition. He's a strong lad, and maybe need the run and possibly this trip short of his best.
Here is 6, Tawarek, who's also got pretty warm.
Yeah, he has got really sweaty, this horse. Not a massive positive to see him getting quite wound up. He returned last year in winning ways, but sort of lost his way a little bit. He kind of regressed from that positive start. Not positive signs in the paddock, too sweaty for me.
Here is 7, panning for gold. Rossa Ryan getting a spin round the track here in Bahrain ahead of Pride of Arras.
Yeah, this horse was second in the race last year. Very consistent, but didn't actually manage to get his head in front last season. He was narrowly beaten a couple of times. Returns to a handicap today, though, and that will be a help to his chances.
8 is next. This is Roller Jam, another one in the victorious Forever colours. Actually carries the first colours today. Fawzi Nas trains this son of Bilardo, and was behind Tartan Chief when last we saw him.
Yeah, he only ran twice last season, but he ran well with plenty of respect on both occasions. Whether this is his day or not is the question, because he has had longer off the track than a few of these, but I think he's one to keep on side this season because there's certainly ability in there.
All right, and there's certainly ability within intricacy, but he wasn't at his best when we last saw him.
He wasn't, but he has certainly shown his best level of form when running in handicaps. So returning to the handicap is a positive. He's obviously got a few gadgets on there, big cheap pieces just to help him concentrate. Hopefully they will sharpen him up and up. Benoit de la Sayette here for the season, Nick.
Yeah, cross sheepskin noseband, sheepskin cheek pieces, and a hood on. It's quite the effect, isn't it?
Yeah, lip chain as well. He's obviously forward going in the prelims, but they do want the sheepskin cheek pieces to light him up in the race. So, yeah, he's an interesting horse, but I think that he's going to have to put his best foot forward tonight.
Here is number 10, Vestigia, the only filly in the race. Thomas Lukasek riding for Jabba Ramadan.
Quite on his toes, isn't he? He's been like that since entering the paddock, actually. I thought he found it tough last season. For me, the question mark is stamina. Does he truly stay? But the positive is he's stepping down in grade for his return.
Don't know why I said he was a filly. Brain fade. He's a geldie, Vestigia. Thomas Lukasek for Jabba Ramadan. There we go. There's the 10 they're going to post for the Bapco Energies Cup. 2,200 metres is the distance here, starting pretty much right in front of us here, just away to the left. And they make one very sharp turn and then two more significant turns before they head home for the finish.
So the result of the third race, the Lexus Cup, it was Midal who was successful for Abdullah Kuwaiti and Dylan Brown McGonigal. And we come to the trophy presentation for that race, and Mr. Issa Canoe, director of Ibrahim K. Canoe, is there to present the trophy. Well done to our winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Issa bin Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa. Midal winning the Lexus Cup, our third race for Abdullah Kuwaiti and Dylan Brown McMonagle.
Yeah, right up close and personal with the runners and riders ahead of race 4, 2,200 metres that they're going to be taking for this race. Let's start with number 1. It's a real standing dish in the context of this. That's good old Zagato, has been just that. 2, Signalman, who I think has probably got it to do. Nearest to us, who's got a little bit warm, but no bad thing necessarily. It is a warm evening, it's quite close as well. This is 10, this is Vestigia, under Thomas Lukasek, who's going to break from stall 10 as well. Nearest to us, again, another that's got a bit warm down the neck, that's Roller Jam 8. And Ross Orion, who's got the ride on Pride of Arras a little bit later on. He's on the 7 here. Paddock for gold would be far from the most difficult case necessary to make. Thinking this horse could go and win. Rosie Jessop's on 3. Right, number 6. Have a look at that one. That's the one that's probably got the warmest of all of these, Towerwreck. But I heard Nick and Megan saying just that in the parade ring as well. So doesn't seem to have overdone it. And actually, as a group, despite the fact a few of them, Nick and Megan, are sweating up, it is a warm evening. It's perfectly forgivable. And in the main, they're pretty sound.
Thank you for the report from the start. Nicholas J. Lightfoot, Megan alongside. And 6 is getting quite sweaty, Tower X still. Right, Megan, put a button on it for me. What's going to happen?
I've got 2 selections here. I think a field of 10 can allow me 2 selections, and I'm going with certainly a firm favourite of, I think everyone's here, is Zagato, an 11-time winner. I think he's just so consistent, and he is really classy. I think he looked really well in the prelims, and potentially his biggest danger, and also the 1-2 from last year's edition of this, was Panning for Gold.
All right, let's see if it pans out like that. Here's Mark Johnson.
They're in the gate. Zagato a little restless, and they're off. Racing over 2,200 metres in the Bapco Energies Cup. They went to post the winners of 57 races between them, and to the inside, Tartan Chief moves through to claim the early lead, and it's Tartan Chief who takes them down the side of the course. Intricacy is racing in 2nd position, and then Keen to the outside in 3rd is Signalman, the 2nd of the Greys. Then against the inside rail, Zagato is racing in 4th. A little wide to that one in 5th is Panning for Gold, and then Vestigia, who's wide as they go into their next turn. To the inside rail is Knight of Honour, and at the back of the field is Roller Jam together with Bleak, and so they now race on inside the final 1,600, and the leader into the back straight continues to be Tartan Chief. Tartan Chief by just over a length to Intricacy, who races in 2nd position, and now there's 2.5 lengths back to the 3rd racing Zagato. He races up on the outside now of the other grey Signalman. Zagato now just moving into the 2 path with the white noseband, and he's still a little lit up as they race inside the 1,200. So it is Tartan Chief to Intricacy racing in 2nd. On the inside, Signalman in 3rd. Zagato is in 4th position. As they leave the back straight behind them, Panning for Gold is racing in 5th. Vestigia is in 6th. To the inside in 7th is Roller Jam. Roller Jam now behind Towerwreck. Bleak around the outside, and towards the rear of the field is Knight of Honour. So now they've gone well through halfway, and a change for the lead as Benoit de la Sayette and Intricacy now go on. To the outside, it is now Signalman who has taken 2nd. Zagato is in 3rd, Panning for Gold in 4th position. Then Vestigia on the outside of Towerwreck, and now they're racing down towards the final 500. And it's Intricacy who digs in and still has the lead. On the outside is Signalman the Grey. Zagato with the noseband out very wide now, picking up on the outside Panning for Gold, and it's now Panning for Gold and Ross Orion who go and take the lead. Inside the 200, Panning for Gold goes on. The lead now opens up to a couple of lengths. Into 2nd, Towerwreck, who has made ground through on the inside rail. Now attacks towards the outside. Towerwreck up towards line. Towerwreck got there. Towerwreck comes over the top and beats Panning for Gold, Zagato, and then towards the inside was Roller Jam. He's had to weave a passage through in the end, but Stéphane Lajad, first of all, challenged through on the inside rail, and then very late, with just over 100 metres to go, he switched out Tawarek to go and win this race. So he's eventually finished in the 2 path. It was indeed Panning for Gold had just crossed in front of him as he was trying to get through on the inside rail, but very much to Tawarek's credit, he's quickened it really well. In the end, he's won by about a neck. He's beat Panning for Gold into second, who's now runner-up in this race for the 2nd year running. A 9th career success for the unofficial winner of race 4, number 6, Tawarek.
How is the obvious question. How did Stéphane Lajad thread the eye of a needle on Tawarek to get himself into a position to challenge? And how did he run down Panning for Gold, who looked all over the winner? Indeed, there was high-fiving aplenty here in our studio as Megan thought that Panning for Gold might be the likeliest winner, and it looked all over. But dragging Tawarek off the rail proved to be pretty decisive for Stéphane Lajad, and he ended up conjuring another run out of this gelding by Shamadal, or Panning for Gold curled up. Either or both. We'll have a look at it again.
Bit of both, potentially, yeah. Tawarek, he's travelled very, very well today, and Stéphane's been in no rush, kidded him into the race, and this horse has shown ability, but I think he thinks about things a little bit. You can see that high head carriage. He's threaded his way through the field, and at this point, Panning for Gold has nicked a couple of lengths and looked like he was going to run away an easy winner. But I just think that that rail, Nick, is not the place to be. I like the horses coming a couple off the rail or even more towards the middle of the track. And when Stéphane switched our eventual winner
he enjoyed
off the
that.
rail, he's turned, he's changed his legs and he's picked up really well.
Hey, he's clearly a quirky customer, this horse. Now just take a look at the gap he goes through here. Red cap between the grey and the horse on the inside.
I mean, Panning for Gold's sort of sprinted 2 or 3 lengths clear at this stage. It wasn't until he got to the rail, possibly tied up a little bit in front, but our eventual winner has found an extra gear when switched off the rail, and I think the Golden Highway is 1 or 2 off of it.
Oh yes, he knows that was good, Stéphane Lajad. Here he is with Ali Vance.
I can catch up with him. Stéphane, congratulations. Thank you. But he's been a pretty high-class horse over the years, but you've got to get it right on him.
He used to be the superstar here. He's getting old, but today I was confident with the weight, and he likes to run fresh. So I don't say nothing to anyone, but yeah. Confident.
You were pretty satisfied by that. Nice, good feeling getting it right.
Yeah, and this horse is special to me. He's giving me my first series race, and I mean I only rode him 4 times in the past, and we always win. So nice combo.
Yeah, and 7-year-old now. How did he feel? Or how does he feel compared to when you've won on him before?
Today was a race. Handicap. He was well placed. To be honest, the future I don't know.
Well, congratulations then. Winning on a big light like this evening, Tawarek then winner of our 4th race. Well done to our winning jockey, Stéphane Lajad.
So, whoop.
All right, welcome back. Stewards have been busy here this evening. There's been an objection by the Clerk of the Scales to the rider of number 1, Zagato, in our previous race. Clerk of the Scales have objected to the weight drawn by the rider on number 1, Zagato. So we'll bring you news on that just as soon as it comes through. At the moment, the finishing order is 6-7-1-8. Tawarek, Panning for Gold, Zagato and Roller Jam. Tawarek, who was far from straightforward in the preliminaries, was a bit more straightforward through the race and got a nice, elegant ride from Stefan Lajaj to pop him in front on the line.
So trophy presentation time for the Bapco Energies Cup. Well done to Tuareg and trainer Fauzi Nas and jockey Stefan the Judge winning this. And we welcome up Dr. Abdulrahman Jawari, the Chief Executive Officer of Bapco Refining, to present the trophy. Presenting the trophy to Abdullah Fauzi Nas there, alongside his father there, Fauzi Nas, and Stefan the Judge. Well done to Tuareg, the winner of the Bapco Energies Cup.
Okay, building towards our feature race this evening, of course, race 8 is the Bahrain International Trophy. Just a bit of news out of the stewards' room. Stewards are still considering the objection from the clerk of the scales to the rider of Zagato in our previous race, race 4. The race before that, the Lexus Cup, was won to some surprise by Midhull, ridden by the man on my right, Irish champion jockey, Breeders' Cup winning rider Dylan Brown McMonigal. Dylan, great to see you here in Bahrain. Not your first visit, neither your first winner. How's it feel to be back?
Yeah, it's really good. We're well looked after. It's good to be over here for a big meeting like this, and to get on the board so early is great.
And going into that race, what were you expecting? What were you told?
It's his first run of the year, obviously. I rode this horse last year and was second on him over a little bit further, so coming back in trip was going to suit him good. The track is a little bit on the slow side, which was definitely a big help to him, but the race set up good for me. There was a pacemaker, obviously went to good gallop, and it set it up lovely for me, and I picked up the pieces when it mattered.
And you were one of the only ones not to give the pacemaker so much rope that you weren't going to get there.
Yeah, we actually weren't going all that quick ourselves. The pacemaker was going quick, but it's a fast track here, and I had to make a move at a stage where we were going to be able to catch him, and thankfully when I went it was the right time and nothing was able to come and get me, so it was a good training performance to have him ready, so I was delighted.
Is it a straightforward track to ride?
Straightforward, it's a big galloping track. It's downhill for most of the way from halfways into the straight, and then there's a bit of a climb up to the line, but big long straight, so the best horse usually wins.
Of course, the reason you're here primarily is to ride Galen in the feature race, the $1 million Bahrain International. Do you think he's fundamentally got the class to take a hand?
I think so. He's a horse with a lot of ability, as you can see in the video there, beating Jan Bruegel and Sons and Lovers. He's put a good field away a few times. He does like going right-handed. He has good form around the Curragh, and it's kind of similar here, not to the Curragh obviously, but the setup could be okay, and I think the setup at the race could suit him. He's a very straightforward horse. I think if we jump and go forward and hopefully get into a nice smooth rhythm, he can hopefully he can take a bit of passing.
To what extent is this distance tonight a bare minimum for him?
He gets his trip well.
Yeah.
There's no doubt he could go a little bit further, as we know, but he's a very straightforward horse, very consistent and genuine, so hopefully if he puts his best foot forward he can go close.
People say Dylan Brown McMonigal is always smiling. Well, it's hardly surprising when you've just been crowned champion jockey for the first time and also just won a Breeders' Cup race on Ethical Diamond in spectacular fashion. How does life feel to you at the moment?
It doesn't get much better than that. You've wrapped it up there in a few sentences, but being champion jockey, getting a Breeders' Cup winner, the year has been unbelievable, and I'm very, very lucky to be in the position I am, and getting on some good horses, being able to go all around the world and ride them is very special, and thankfully I'm able to get the job done when it mattered.
When you get into a nip-tuck Jockeys Championship battle like you did with Colin Keane, it can sometimes take its toll mentally. How did you feel through it?
It was straightforward. You don't really think on the jockey's title to lay it on, because there's no point thinking ahead of yourself. There's a lot can happen with injury, suspensions, all those kind of things, and I was just worried about keeping my head down and doing the same as I do every day, which is go out and do your best. So once you do that, there's not much more you can do. If you start thinking outside the box, that's when your head would get fried. So just keeping focused and keeping the head in the game was important, not to think too far ahead. Thankfully, the last couple of weeks was smooth and we got the job done.
I don't want to fry you by saying this, but you could be riding for another 3 decades or so if things go well. However many winners you ride in that time, however many Group 1 winners you ride, you will never tire of watching Ethical Diamond winning the Breeders' Cup turf. What sort of a buzz did that give you?
It's crazy. I don't know how many times I've watched the replay.
Well, you can watch it again now.
It was a big surprise for everyone. As you can see here, once I angled out off the back of a few and he changed leads when we straightened up and I got a smack into him, within a couple of strides the race was over, and he went past a super field, put them to bed very easy, and he was a going away winner. So when I crossed the line, I couldn't believe it. It took a few strides for it to kick in, and I gave him a pat down the neck when I actually realised I won. But very, very lucky to get my leg across a horse like him, and to win at that stage is special.
Was it that final kick that surprised you? Because obviously you sat beautifully quietly from a wide draw off a very searching pace. So the setup was great. But when I watched it again, I'm thinking, that's the bit I wasn't expecting, that last real surge.
Yeah.
Did you think the same?
I didn't expect him to quicken as good as he did. I rode him in the car up to Vic 2 weeks before he went away, and I gave him a little squeeze and he absolutely took off. He was like a miler the way he quickened up. So I knew he was going to quicken. To the extent he did was out of the ordinary to do it at that stage of a race in the last furlong. After going the gallop we did, it was very special. So the future is very bright for him going forward, I think, and they've one to look forward to going into next year and through the winter months. There's plenty of options for him now at that level.
Yeah, look forward to seeing you riding him in the Shima Classic possibly. Dylan, thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Dylan Brown-McDonnell, Irish champion jockey. He's on Galen later in the Bahrain International Trophy. Mark has news of that steward's inquiry. What's happened, Mark?
We have news of a disqualification in race number 4 after the steward's inquiry. Following the objection by the clerk of the scales, the stewards have disqualified the third-placed horse, number 1 Zagato, for the rider failing to weigh in. So we have a revised order of finish. First, number 6, Tawarek. Second, number 7, Panning for Gold. Promoted to third, number 8, Roller Jam. Promoted to fourth, number 2, Signalman. The numbers now are 6, 7, 8 and 2. Number 1 is disqualified, and now race 4 is official. It's official.
Here we go then. Runners are in the parade ring for our next race as we build towards what promises to be a fabulous climax to the night. This is the Beyon Cup. 3-year-olds and upwards. This is run on the straight course, 6 furlong straight course, 1,200 metres the distance, and they are headed by Grand City Hall. Ross Orion for Rayad Ahmed. 2 is Burdett. Ibrahim Nader for Ali Jan. 3 is Hawaiian, Thomas Lucasek for Jabbar Ramadan. 4 is Ibn Arabi, Mohammed Hassan claims 3 for Ali Nasser. 5 is Mirul, Sufyan Sadi for Fawzi Nas. 6 is Western, Hussein Asghar for Ali Abdul Majid. 7 is Aparaheo, Hassan Al Jafar for Mohammed Hassan. 8 is Gazman, Rahim Jassim for Osama Hashim. And 9 is Indispensable, Mirko Sana for Jabbar Ramadan. Here is number 1, Grand City Hall. Dual winner, Ross Orion, taking them out. Megan.
Yeah, I think this horse has got a real solid chance of going close. Had a nice stall in 3. I thought last year he ran some pretty solid efforts, and he's stepping back down in grade, which gives him a pretty solid chance of going close. And yeah, he's only a 4-year-old. I think there's more to come.
Moving to post nicely, Grand City Hall in stall 3. Ross Orion riding Pride of Arras in our feature race today. And the remainder of the runners are now gently filing out onto the course. And that's number 5, Mirul, Sufyan Sadi for Fawzi Nas. Mix and matches the 5 and 6 furlongs back home in England. A recent import to Bahrain. It'll be interesting to see what Fawzi can do with him.
Yeah, a son of Kotai Glory. He's all speed, and as you can see, he's a bit of a powerball, isn't he? His only victory came back in the UK at Ripon. Quite an undulating track, different to what he will have to run on here, but he was well beaten on his debut over here. He's going to have to sort of leave that behind him and step forward, but wouldn't be a surprise to see Fawzi get the better of this horse at some stage.
Sharp 6 might be about right for him. He was a very good 6th in the Palace of Holyrood House at Ascot. Here is Gazman going down to post.
Yeah, I think he's going to be much sharper today. He got tired late on his return. That was only a couple of weeks ago, and he should be that little bit fitter. Looks well, moving well, flicking his toe, trotting down to the start there. The only argument with him, I suppose, is he better down at the 1,000? He's not slow. He's a very, very sharp horse.
As the filly Indispensable, who hasn't cut much ice in her last few starts here in the Kingdom. Mia Kosana riding for Jabba Ramadan, the daughter of 10 sovereigns, needs to find her form.
First race of the evening on the straight track as well. Obviously our 1,200 metres earlier was round the bend, so it'll be interesting to see where the horse is and where the race really develops up this straight track.
All right, let's join Nick.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. A man that's on the score sheet already, Fawzi Nas. Well done with Tawarek. We were just remarking what a lovely ride that was from Stefan Lajaj. You must have enjoyed watching it.
Absolutely. Obviously, it was very frustrating the last furlong, but he looked like he was going to get up. Yeah. And all he needs is a very patient ride, because he's not a straight come. He's got a bit of quirks, but we can manage with that if they've got the ability.
Even at the age of 7, he's still got that little bit about him, has he?
Absolutely. He's going to be 8 in 2 months. Yeah. But he knows the course and he knows what he's doing. He probably could teach me how to train him.
Doubt that. One we know less about, who's had one run for you, hopefully will improve on that Miral from last time. What did you learn?
To be honest, I didn't learn much about him yet. Right. Maybe I'm a slow learner. But you know, some horses are difficult to understand. Usually you need 2 or 3 runs to know them. So this is another test or a learning curve.
Well, we'll find out a little bit more about him today, but one that needs so little introduction, and is going to run in the Bahrain International Trophy the 3rd time, Khalif. How has his build-up been to the big race?
We're very happy with him. He worked last Saturday and, under Alberto Sana on the turf with 3 other horses. I'm not going to tell you which, but he's done it very pleasingly.
So 3rd last year. Would something similar to that satisfy you, or do you think he's got the next 2 positions covered as well?
I think the opposition, although it's a small field, but the quality is quite high. So I'll be lucky if Khalif places, to be honest.
Obviously, best of luck. Well done so far, and good luck later.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to Fawzi Nas. Wonderful atmosphere here building in the Kingdom ahead of our final few races on International Trophy night. 9 runners go to post for our next. The Beyon Cup, and they're nearly down at the start. Fawzi didn't really shed much light on what he could get out of Miral, on whose best form would have quite a good chance, I'd have thought.
Yeah, definitely. He is only once a winner, but as you said, he's run some very good races in high-level handicaps back at home in the UK, and although he was, by the sounds of things, disappointing on his debut run over here in Bahrain, he's a horse that's not to give up on just yet. He looks very well, you know, he's a powerful sprinter, isn't he? And some of that best form from back in Europe would suggest that he's more than capable of being competitive in a race like this. And you mentioned a sharp 6 here could really suit his run style. And I think the main thing with him is jumping him out and getting him to travel in a nice rhythm, because on the odd occasion he seems a little bit disinterested.
Now you can see the stalls handlers leading Ibn Arabi round in front of the stalls. Now, they are toying with the option of loading him into stall 9 from the front rather than traditionally from the rear. You can see stall 9 is open, so they could back him into stall 9. That is an option for them, and it looks as though that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I think that's a regular occurrence with this horse. You know, some horses just do prefer to be backed into the gates. He's a very consistent type of horse, but he's just not that easy to win with. It's been 2 years since this horse has managed to get his head in front, but he's gone close on plenty of occasions. You can see that his jockey, Mohammed Hassan, has just jumped off for him to be backed into that gate, stall number 8, and he will climb back on once the horse is in and loaded.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting. They're really throwing absolutely everything at getting this horse to start. I'm not sure I've seen one backed in before and the jockey be waiting for said horse once being backed in. But clearly this is what works for him, and you can do it here as well. You can't do it everywhere.
No, we do see them getting backed into the gates, don't we, at home in the UK, but not too often. It's obviously been practiced a couple of times, and has been the trick to getting him held and interested, but he's backed in fine. He will be remounted now that he is in gate 9. Hopefully he will ping out with no problem.
There we go. Up gets the jockey, and Ibn Arabi is safely locked away. Now waiting for the 8 rivals, and with that, we'll head up to the commentary box and join Mark.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. Stall's team have done very well there with Ibn Arabi. He actually refused to go in 3 times here in the Kingdom last season. He's had to undergo a Stalls test ahead of today's race, so the Stalls team and connections worked out that reversing him in was the way to go, and Mohammed Hassan now is aboard Ibn Arabi, who's a 2 times course winner. He's won here both over 1,000 and over this straight 1,200 metres as well. He's one of just 5 previous course winners in the field. This is an imported handicap which has quite a lot of new blood coming into this, as Garzman, who is the most prolific winner here at the track, he's won 3 times, all over 1,000 metres, has moved forward. Next one to go in will be the filly, that is Indispensable, with Mirko Sana. The same ownership, Hawaiian, another 1,000-metre course winner previously, takes a turn behind the stalls. We've just got a couple left out of line now. Here is Western, he's looking for a 3rd course win. 1 win over 1,000 and 1 over this straight 1,200. Goes in with Hussein Ashgar into stall number 4. And so we await the arrival into the stalls, into stall 2 of Thomas Lukasek and Hawaiian to complete the lineup for the first of our sprints. The Beyon Cup, an imported handicap over 1,200 metres. Stalls team still just working on getting the last one in to stall number 2. That's it. They're in the gate. And they're off, sprinting over 1,200 metres on the straight track. Very slow to begin on the near side, Ibn Arabi. The one who's gone right across towards the far side rail is a Parajeo, but the pace is towards the near side, and it's been put up early by Mir All. Mir All has got the lead. Indispensable is giving chase in 2nd, and then Garzman is in 3rd of the near side group, racing alongside Western, and then towards the centre of the course is Hawaiian. They're then being followed by Ibn Arabi, who's trying to make up ground with Grand City Hall also towards the rear. So too is Burdett, and tailing off at the back of the field right over on the far side is a Parajeho. They're racing inside the final 500. Indispensable, the filly, comes through now and takes the lead as Mir All is already beginning to back out of it, trying to stay on towards the near side. Western together with Garzman, and right over on the far side Hawaiian now has every chance, and so too is Burdett. They're racing down towards the final 200, and right over on the far side Ibrahim Nada and Burdett have now taken the lead to Indispensable in 2nd. On the near side, Grand City Hall is staying on, but the winner has flown. The winner will be Burdett. Burdett wins. Grand City Hall may just hold 2nd. Rallying then was Mir All, followed home by Indispensable. And number 2, Burdett, is the first home here for Ibrahim Nada, recording a 4th career success and a 1st success here in the Kingdom. All his previous successes came when trained by Jack Shannon in the UK, with wins over 1,400 and 1,500 metres at Haydock, York and at Foslas. Has raced twice over 1,200 metres, both here in Bahrain, with 1 runner-up performance. But in a race run at a furious early tempo, he stayed on well, and maybe his abundant stamina in this particular grade has seen him come home to a comprehensive success, and he's given weight to most of the horses who followed in home. Indeed, the top weights have dominated here. 2 beat 1, unofficial winner of race 5, number 2, Burdett.
$1,200-metre race where they didn't go much of a pace, but the winners won by miles. Burdett from stall 5, Ibrahim Nader, and has shown the benefit of a recent effort, I think. Don't you?
Yeah, I think credit goes to our commentator Mark Johnson here, because the horses were spread the whole way across the track, so not that easy to keep tabs on them all. This horse has come out of stall 5 and ended up over towards the far side rail. Still probably 2 horse widths off it, but he's drifted over that direction. In comparison, our runner-up, granted, he all came more towards the stand side, so they were really spread out. But Burdett has fairly bolted up here, Nick, and as Mark was saying, he was often seen back in the UK running over further than this. He was ridden with a bit of cover, got into a nice rhythm, and when he was switched out, he just showed a burst of speed, and he was strong to the line.
I think now Fawzi Nas might have learnt a bit more about Mir All, who got a little bit outpaced and then plugged on.
Yeah, he's a tricky one. He made the running, didn't he, and just looked one pace. I wonder whether you could drop him back to the minimum trip and let him burst along. He's not easy to work out, but a really fast run 1,000 could suit him.
Yeah, fast run 5 could be the order of the day. Right, there is Burdett, there's Ibrahim Nader, and somewhere in that little lot is Ali Vance.
Yeah, they're just taking the hood off the horse. Ibrahim, champion jockey last season, kicking off nicely today. You enjoyed that, broad smile on your face.
Yeah, last week the horse ran good. He finished third over 7 furlong, and he didn't get good cover last week. And today I saw there was a pace, so I stayed behind the pace. I just let them go and take a breath. And when I asked him, he traveled very good.
Yeah, he really stayed on nicely, and all relatively smoothly throughout the race for you as well?
Yeah, very smooth today. There was a good pace, so I thought that he was very good. He gave me a good turn of foot.
Right, I'll let you get back into the winner's enclosure. Congratulations then. He's our champion jockey last season. Well done to Ibrahim Nader in the winner's enclosure on a night like tonight. Well done to Burdett. Well, let's have a word with our winning owner, Ibrahim Alafu. Ibrahim, he did that very nicely.
Yeah, he did. I mean, we bought him last year, but unfortunately we didn't know whether 7 or 8 furlong would suit him. We tried him once over 6 and he came second. He ran last week and he had a lot of pace on 7 furlongs, but this week we said we'll try him over 6. The trainer actually chose that. Chose the race for him, and hopefully, he says he'll try him, and he did well.
So he could be one for the Turf Series races, the 6 furlong ones?
I think you better ask the handicapper what he's going to do with him. I think you know what the handicapper's like.
I've got to ask you about Sovereign Spirit, who ran in the Bahrain International last year. Obviously won the King's Cup in the spring, a fabulous horse for you. How is he?
He's okay. I mean, he had a bit of setback. I mean, we had 2 choices. It's either push him to run him today or just, give him 3 or 4 weeks just to get him back to normal. I mean, it's a dice that you're railing, but end of the day we took a decision. It's a very, very strong race anyway. I mean, there's very, very good horses, and we thought the best thing to do is, is just step back a bit and give him time and then bring him back. It's a long season. It's the start of the Middle East season, so I think that's probably the best way.
I'm sure, will you be targeting the big races here, but will you be looking to go to some of the other Gulf countries?
Let's see how he comes back. I mean, that's the main thing. He'll have a race here, a prep race, and then we'll go on from there.
Well done with this one.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So delighted to welcome up His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of Beyon, to present the trophy for the Beyon Cup. Well done to Burdett, owned by Alafu Racing. Ibrahim Alafu receiving the trophy. Winning trainer Ali Jan and winning jockey Ibrahim Nada. Burdett, the winner of the Beyon Cup.
Good to go. Off the result, lovely.
Third, number 5, Mirall. Fourth was number 9, Indispensable. 2, 1, 5 and 9, the order. Race 5 is now official.
Delighted to be joined by the rider of Pride of Arras, Ross Ryan, who's been in action this afternoon on a couple of occasions and has another ride to go before the big one itself. But Ross, you're here principally for that big ride later on. How much have you looked forward to this since you knew the plan was to bring Pride of Arras out here?
Well, I got told at the Breeders' Cup, so I didn't have long to think about it.
2 weeks enough?
Yeah. Look, towards the back end of the year, ours have been really firing since York. Any little niggles we had, Rafe seemed to iron them out. So, look, he got gelded, and I'd say it did him the world of good just for his temperament, just to chill him out a small bit. And he showed that a good break, obviously he was very good in the Dante, Epsom didn't work, the Curragh, it felt like I was on skis on him. Just things didn't go well from flagfall. He had a good long break between getting gelded and getting to York, and it seemed to benefit him. So I'd be hoping that a good long break again. Yes. He seems happy, fresh. You know, both York runs would suggest that being fresh is his gig. And they've said he's taken to travelling really well since he's come out, so yeah.
While one's quite clearly left-handed and one's right, York to here, in a way there are similarities, so the way that the track's probably laid out and what should suit his strengths. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. I think the biggest thing is if I can get in a rhythm early, get my position, just get in a rhythm. We have an even gallop to aim at. Everything else should be fine. I think the one thing he might have up his sleeve is both races, once I've got in a rhythm in York on him, have actually ended up being a 4 furlong dash for home, and he's not only outstayed them but he's outclassed them and outsprinted them, so there's hopefully enough gears at this mile and a quarter trip.
You're always very analytical sort to pre-race, and when you're thinking about other horses in there, the depth of competition needs little introduction. Some very, very good horses, but a lot of them we know their level. What he's capable of, do you think?
I don't think so, because we've had a very mixed season with him. You'd be hoping if he can back this run up, that we'll start to get a model of consistency with him. That'll probably tell a tale today. But obviously Royal Champion is the standout. And I think everything else behind him has to be, I think the closest to him is nearly 5 or 6 pounds. So they're really going to have to be at his best to beat him.
And in your mind's eye, have you thought about how this is going to play out? Just the 8s, perhaps the one to send on. Does it set up in a suitable way for you, do you think?
I think so. He looks a horse that wants to go a gallop, has a big stride. I think around a track like this that can sometimes favour a front runner, Dylan might exploit that. They've changed the headgear on him, which there's a reason for that, and it'll be interesting to see what it brings out in him. I'd say it'll bring a lot more improvement out in him.
And last question, just having ridden, and in particular the race that you rode a couple of starts ago, a couple of rides back on Panning for Gold, has that bit of track experience today and just how things are riding influenced maybe what you do later or not?
I'd say so. I had a lovely trip round. If I had the same sort of trip round in Pride of Arras now, I'd be very happy turning into this straight going that well. The track's riding a bit funny, I won't lie, but yeah, that's for me to know.
What way?
It's for me to know and you to find out.
We will find out in an hour or two's time. Look, Rossa, thank you, generous with your time as ever, and good luck later.
Thank you, cheers.
Good luck to Rossa Ryan, who will be riding Pride of Arras in the $1 million Bahrain International Trophy for Rafe Beckett, who's provided him with so many highlights in his career. And we now build towards race 6. Again on the straight course here is the Grand Seiko Bahrain JEWELLERY Cup. And we've got the 7 runners and riders for you. Number 1 is Avago Joe, Ibrahim Nader looking for a quick double. 2 is Devast, Sufyan Sadi. 3 is Laba Laba, Hussein Maki. 4 is Nationwide, Alberto Sana. 5 is Kasim, Thomas Lukasek. 6 Rebel at Dawn, Marciales Torres. And 7 is Redemption Time, the mount of Mirko Sana. They're the 7 that go then. For 3-year-olds and upwards this race. And we're racing over 1,000 metres, the minimum distance, 5 furlongs. All right, we're having a look at number 2, Devast, Sufyan Sadi for Osama Hashim. Domestic Group 1, finished 2nd when we last saw him. This gelding by Burrutino, he's pretty consistent, he's pretty fast as well.
Yeah, he's certainly best at this minimum distance, isn't he? He came on for a run last year, but he was very consistent throughout the season. Actually just coming past the studio here now, so it's good to get a nice look at him. He's getting a bit hot actually, Nick. I know it is a warm night, but under the number cloth between his hind legs, he's just starting to sweat up.
Number 4 looks fantastic. That's Nationwide, Alberto Sana riding for Fauzi.
Yeah, he looks a picture, doesn't he? He's probably best over the 1200. That's the distance. His win came over last season. A bit of a revival is needed.
Yeah, he won the first night of the King's Cup meeting and he tried to back up 24 hours later. It didn't quite work. There's 5, Kasim. Thomas Lukasek riding.
Yeah, a couple of domestic Grade 2 wins for this horse last year, and I thought it was a pretty good start to his career over here in the Kingdom. Only a 3-year-old. He comes out as stall 1.
Number 6 is Rebel at Dawn, Marcial Esores Adal Abdullah. Gelding by Dandy Man.
Bumped into Avago Joe quite a few times last year and was in behind him on several of those occasions, but he's very consistent. He often runs into the placings. He's an admirable sprinter.
Got it to do at these weights. Rating of just 93. Jockey's having a walk out onto the track. All international visitors. British champion jockey Sheen Murphy on the right there. Just inspecting the ground on the rail. James Doyle, that looks like, second from the left.
Rab Havlin, James Doyle, William Buick, I think would be the 4 out there. It looks as if Sheen's keen for the rail, the other 3 are sticking a little bit wider. Let's see if they ride that way this evening as well.
There is number 7, Redemption Time, Mirko Sana for Jabba Ramadan.
Oh, I felt for this horse last season. He went close on so many occasions, but couldn't quite get his head in front. He was winless and twice a winner previously. He's going to need a little bit more luck this season.
He's just not quite up to this level, is he?
No, possibly just sits a little bit below the Grade 1 level required here. He's sort of down at the bottom, but my pick this evening would be Avago Joe, a 9-time winner.
Yeah, he's clear top rated here, Avago Joe. They're all carrying 58 kilos in this domestic Grade 1. There he is. Looks good, doesn't he?
He does. He's a lovely horse. He's a son of Dragon Pulse, who's, as I say, won 9 times now, multiple domestic Grade 1 winner as well. He goes well fresh. He's a ball of muscle, a powerful, solid sprinter, and I like his chances once again.
He's from an amazing family as well, of not just talented sprinters, but ones that last and go on and on and on. Horses like Ellen's Lad and Ellen's Academy and loads more down the years. So another fine representative of Con Harrington's breeding empire. Avago Joe is the horse with the most obvious chance in this race, but it's a good one. Good addition to the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup. And this is Laba Laba, Hussein Maki for Fauzi Nas. Mixes and matches like most of them do, the 1,000 and the 1,200. Might just find it happening a little bit quick for him.
Yes, I agree. I put down in my notebook that he's probably better over the 1,200 metres. He's put up some fair efforts in handicaps previously, but this is probably a trip too short and maybe a grade too high.
All right, let's head out and join Ali.
Well, let's have a word with Ali Jan then. How's Avago Joe been? Season's return. He's been a good horse for you last year.
Yes, he's doing well. He's ready to go. So hopefully, last year in this race, he ran first, 2 weeks before this race. And he came for this race, was, in good order. And today, he's happy to run. And I'm just looking good run from him. Yeah.
And back over his preferred trip.
Yes, yes.
Happy with the draw?
The draw, it's a bit wide, but it's just small field, so everything suits him.
And what plans have you got for him this season? Will you look to travel him again?
Yes, to be honest, he's doing well at the moment. He's showing me he's the horse, he's last year horse. So we start from here. After here, we know where we can go with this horse.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
عن صورة كذي على الطاير صورة بروحه ما يصير أنا ولا داخل هو عطرشوا له
All right, so not too far away now until our 6th race. This evening, it's the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup. Just 5 furlongs, 1,000 metres for these to run, and this horse has been a bit of a superstar here in Bahrain. Have a go, Joe, and every chance he can run a big race again. It's a smallish field. They should race in one group. But I thought that about the previous race, and they spread right across the track.
Yeah, they did. I'm not quite sure where they felt the sort of track bias was, but everyone had a split opinion, that is for sure. But Ibrahim Nadir is trying to get a quick fire double on the board here with Have a Go Joe, who he obviously knows so well, and he's been a multiple winner at this level over this course and distance, and he's just a brilliant, solid and consistent sprinter. He's so relaxed cantering down there. He looks a picture, and I do think that he's the one that's going to take the beating.
There we are then. That's number 1, Have a Go Joe, cantering down a post. We've got about 2 minutes to post time here, and it won't be all that much longer, I don't think.
So this horse is coming out of stall 7. It was interesting that Ibrahim, in our previous race, came out of stall 5 and went over towards that far side rail. I wonder will he do the same this time around?
I wonder what Mark thinks. Mark, I wonder if they'll race in a group or whether your vision's going to be tested again.
I have a feeling that they are going to come right across the course here, that there's going to be quite a difference of opinion. Wouldn't be surprised if everybody just shies away from the far side rail, but I reckon the middle to near side will be one line of horses. We've really got a bit of a clash of the generations here, and this is a very, very good renewal of this Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup, because you've got the last 2 winners of this race. You've got Rebel at Dawn, who probably isn't getting the respect in this race that he deserves. He won this race in 2023. Of his 8 career starts, he's won 4 times over this exact course and distance. There he is in the green and white Marcialis Juarez aboard Rebel at Dawn. Looks really well. Was one of the real eye catchers, I thought, on the way down. And he has got plenty of previous, not only in this race but also in other races like this, and he's definitely no back number here. It's a bit worrying. Have a Go Joe was being resaddled. He'd gone down very, very quietly, and as soon as they started to adjust his tack, he suddenly got very revved up and now looks very much like a sprinter. I'm not sure whether the girth may have broken or it just slipped the saddle on the way down, but that is Ibrahim Nadir, who is resaddling Have a Go Joe. So he was beaten by Rebel at Dawn in this race 12 months ago. He's gone up again, and this is not good at the moment for the reigning champion in this race. This is not necessarily something that he has displayed in the past. He's a horse who's taken his travels, as we were hearing from the trainer a little bit earlier on. He's a horse who normally, for a sprinter, has an extremely good temperament, but at the moment he's just getting very revved up as they attempt to resaddle him. And if he is able to take his place, he'll be bidding for a 10th career success and back-to-back wins in this particular contest. No horses in the modern history of this Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup won this race twice, so both Rebel at Dawn and Avago Joe looking to make their own little piece of turf history. And then we've got a couple of others as we look down from the drone. There's a good shot of the turn into the home straight, obviously on the straight course here, but remember when we have our big race, the Bahrain International, that run from the start of the home straight, just a few meters less than 600 or 3 furlongs. Coming towards us in the Al Mahabaya colours, the red with the gold seams, the white sleeves, that is Devast. Now, Devast finished second in the champion sprint here at the end of last season, and he could be sitting on a very, very good campaign for the 25-26 season. He's already won 5 times, 3 local wins, including 2 over this course and distance, and that run in the domestic Group 1 in the champion sprint over 1200 was possibly one of his best efforts. And he is a horse who could well be sitting on a very fruitful campaign now as a 6-year-old Devast. Sofiane Sadi has the ride on him. And they are now beginning to load the gate. They have hopefully resaddled Avago Joe. Indeed they have. Ibrahim Nada now aboard. I was just mentioning that we've got Kasim in this race as well. He's the only 3-year-old. This is a tough assignment against these very, very fast and very experienced sprinters. But Kasim is another horse who certainly could well develop into quite a speedball here in the kingdom. So this is a really, really strong domestic Grade 1. It is the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup. Just 5 furlongs, 1,000 metres, waiting on Avago Joe. He's due into stall number 7. Then in goes Redemption Time. Redemption Time going into stall 6. Nearest to us is Avago Joe with Ibrahim Nada. That's it. They're in the gate. Avago Joe being held by a stalls handler. There's a lot of movement. Settle, and they're off. Sprinting over 1,000 and a very slow beginning for Redemption Time. And through the early stages, it is Kasim, the 3-year-old, who will take the early lead. Giving chase is Devast, who's right up there, and over on that far side rail is Nationwide. They're then being followed by Laba, now overtaken by Rebel at Dawn. Avago Joe is very keen at the back of the field, but he's outrun, and making up for a slow beginning is Redemption Time. They're already coming through the halfway point, and the leader here is Kasim. Kasim's lead is over 2 lengths to Devast, who is giving chase in second position. Rebel at Dawn in the green tries to stay on. Redemption Time and Avago Joe staying on, but he's running out of time. Down now towards the final 200. Devast down the centre of the course, hanging tough. Kasim to the inside. Avago Joe now stays on into third and closing, but inside the final 100 it is Devast and Sofiane Sadi. The best of the sprinters is Devast. Avago Joe in second, and back in third came Kasim. In fourth was Rebel at Dawn. Devast has won for Sofiane Sadi and for Al Mahabadaya Racing, trained by Osama Hashim. And I said just before the race that this horse looked as though he was sitting on a really huge season, that this might well be his season here to really boss the sprinters. It looked right at the end of last season's campaign with that second in the champion sprint that he'd really begun to get to grips with this track. And be it 1,200 or 1,000, Devast is going to be a very hard horse to beat now over the remainder of the campaign. He's beaten the right horses here. Avago Joe maybe wasn't his day today because he got very, very restless before the start. Unofficial winner of the domestic Grade 1 sprint, number 2, Devast.
Yeah, he's a real enthusiast, proper fast horse, this Devast, and he's won really, really well. Avago Joe, well, the writing was somewhat on the wall in the preliminaries. As things materialised, he's run pretty well, and I'd certainly be marking up the run of Kasim, who might not have been racing in the best place.
Yeah, absolutely. But our winner, we were saying beforehand, he's a ball of speed, isn't he? And this trip certainly seems to be his best. He travelled so well, you know, powerfully throughout the race before kicking clear. But I think, as you say, that is not the whole story, because he was very straightforward. He ultimately behaved very well beforehand. And as you can see here, his jockey was tactical, coming off of that rail, 3 or 4 off the rail. That is the golden highway. Kasim over on that far side. His stride is shortened. He's ended up really getting tired, and there's clearly a bias to be a few off of that rail. Avago Joe has ran on quite nicely, and he's blew it at the start.
Yeah, let's have a look at it on the head-on. You can see Avago Joe trying vainly to the line, but by that point, De Vast was away and gone. Has got real pace, real quick twitch sprinter. He's going to be, I think, more effective at 5 than 6.
Yeah, I think this is his trip. You know, the minimum trip is important to him. He's full of speed, and as Mark said, he could be a real sort of star to the sprinting division this season. He was improving last year, but I think that's a career best on return this season.
Yeah, running against some really good sprint handicappers in the domestic graded races last year, and it looks as though it's going to open up beautifully for him. De Vast wins very impressively the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup, and Ali is alongside the winning rider.
Yeah, congratulations. What kind of feel did he give you there?
Let him go. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a nice race. I was confident with just scared about the start, because sometimes he can be a bit lazy in the beginning, but today he was very fast, so I traveled just behind the pace and he gave me a good turn of foot.
And you were in a nice position on the track?
Yeah. Exactly, like I say. I was behind the pace and comfortable, and I have all the way after to go to kick on.
Your second win out here this season. Are you going to be regular riding out on these big nights?
Yeah, I ride principally for Sheikh Sultan and Mohammedia Racing, and I will come as much as I can.
Well done then on winning on board De Vast, the big sprint of the evening. Congratulations then to Sufan Saudi. Well, we come to the trophy presentation for the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup. And delighted to have Mr. Mohammed Shirazi, Managing Director at the Bahrain Jewellery Centre, and Mr. Abbas Shirazi, Managing Director, up to present the trophy. Well done to Connections of Devast, trainer Sama Hashim, jockey Sufyan Sadi, and well done to our winning owner Al Mohammedir Racing. Devast, the winner of the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup.
Here is the full result now of race number 6, the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup. First, number 2, Devast. Second, number 1, Avago Joe. Third, number 5, Kasim. The fourth horse was number 6, Rebel at Dawn. And fifth, number 7, Redemption Time. 2, 1, 5 and 6 were the numbers. Race 6 is now official.
Well, the European turf season is now drawn to a close, and the final Group 1 race took place just the other day, and it took place in Germany, and it was a famous victory for Bahrain ownership. The colours of Victorious Forever, who you've seen so much this evening, the red with the white striped sleeves and cap, storming to victory courtesy of Bay City Roller, who was given a pretty enterprising ride by Adrie de Vries for trainer George Scott, and he made every yard and drew away to win by 7, beating Sir Mark Prescott's Tiffany. In second, he was given a time form rating of 120, and it'll be fascinating to see what kind of impact he can make next season, Meg.
Yeah, this was an impressive performance and well placed by his trainer, George Scott. He's not afraid to travel these horses. But look at that big rounded action, Nick. He loved the slow ground, and I think that's going to be key to this horse. I wonder if there's any certain big races next autumn that he could well be targeted to.
I think George Scott, speaking to him the other day, did indeed confirm, you know, start with the Qatar Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe and then work back from there. I think we're seeing the horse mainly in France and Germany. The Grosser Preis von Baden would be an obvious race into the Arc, you'd have thought.
Yeah, and I think the point is the ground is the key to this horse. He doesn't want it too fast. He needs to get his toe in. You can see that big action that he has. So whether that's going to be France or Germany, wherever he gets it, as you say, working back from the Arc. What an aim to have. You know, this horse has always been held in seriously high regard, and it's just been a case of getting him at his absolute best, and we saw that for sure on that seasonal ending run.
And of course it was the second Group 1 in as many months for George Scott and the Victorious Forever colours, because Caballo de Mar won in France over Arc Weekend. Jockeys in our big race, they're led back to the weighing room by British champion Oisin Murphy, his predecessor William Buick, Rab Havlin, and of course James Doyle. They'll all be in action in our feature race this evening, the $1 million Bahrain International Trophy. It's coming right up.
Godolphin looking for their second win in the Bahrain International Trophy. It'll be a first for Charlie Appleby, military order where to win. Also William Bill. Well, great to see you. You've just been out on the track with some of your rivals and colleagues. What's your assessment?
Yeah, the track's in good condition. It's it's been pretty well watered. Look, it's a fair track, and you always do a good job.
What's your sort of relationship been like with Bahrain over the years?
Well, I've been coming here for a number of years now, and I've been, I've ridden in this race a few times. I've yet to win it. But look, it's a place I always enjoy coming to. We get looked after incredibly well, and it's very well run. And you can really see, having been coming here for a number of years now, every year it goes from strength to strength. And although there's only a field of 8 horses in the race this year, it's a real class field.
We know the depth of their quality in the men. Who do you see as the big? Do you go with ratings, the likeliest winner if it's not yourself?
Yeah, I think Royal Champion sets he sets a very high standard. I think he's ran a solid race in the Irish Champion Stakes. So look, he sets the standard, but I think he's competitive behind him, and I don't see us out of the mix at all.
And your fellow military order's always had that. I mean, he went off 9-2 for a derby once upon a time. He's always had that bit of brilliance and capability. We saw that earlier in the year at Kempton. I don't know how much you've sat on him recently, but are the vibes that he's in a very good place?
Yeah, he is, and everyone seems very happy with him, obviously. Look, you'd imagine the setup here would suit him. So, but yeah, look, he's in a very competitive race. He's got a bit to find on ratings, and of course, we're hoping he can do it.
Well, good luck. Thank you for talking to us.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Let's get to Ali.
Okay, well, from one big race jockey to another, James Doyle joins me. He's going to be on board Royal Champion. James, you've had a look at the track. What do you make of it?
Yeah, lovely surface. Yeah, looks. It's always a beautiful track here. So yeah, it's a nice surface for the best horses to shine through, I guess.
Now, Royal Champion, you rode him in Canada a couple of seasons ago when he was trained by Roger Berry, and he's straightforward, isn't he?
Yeah, he seems to be tactically versatile. He likes to be somewhere sort of handy away, and whether that's in front or just on the tail of them or slightly further back, I think you just adjust to the tempo of the race with him, really.
And a bit of a debrief with trainer Carl Burke. He was saying the horse is in good order?
Yeah, he's been very happy with him. Carl's been here for a couple of days monitoring him, and he seems very happy with him.
You finished second in this race previously. Was it Barney Roy, a race that you want on your CV?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been coming to Bahrain for a number of years now, so I've run close in this race a few times. Obviously just touched off with Barney Roy. Lord Glitter's got me on the line, so it'd be nice to have another crack at the race and hopefully go one better.
Smaller field this year, but a quality field with 8 runners. Who will you be looking around for? Who do you see as the big danger?
Well, all of them, to be honest. It's a small field, but they're all very talented horses. I thought what Lions Pride did last time was an exceptional performance. So yeah, I think they're all. I'm scared of them all, but I wouldn't choose to ride any of the others. I'm pretty happy with my horse.
Sounds good. Good luck.
Thank you.
So on to our next race then, which is the 7th. It's the Economic Development Board Cup, and here are the runners and riders. Number 1 from stall 3 is Merlin's Beard, ridden by Hussein Asghar. Number 2 is Juan Terena, Alberto Sana from stall 6. 3 from stall 8, Salamanca Lad, Thomas Lucas. 2nd, 4 from stall 7 is Royal Scimitar, Sufyan Sadi. 5 is Azka from stall 5, Stefan Lajaj. 6 from stall 4 is Busento, Hassan Al Safar. 7 from stall 2 is Memento, Mirko Sana. And 8 is Gulmarg from stall 1 and Rossa Ryan. There we are. Number 1 is Merlin's Beard. Your thoughts on Merlin's Beard, Megan?
He's on his toes a bit there in the paddock, isn't he? But I thought that possibly he's on a tough mark of 102. And is it fair to say that 1600 might just be a little bit short of his best, but he was a very consistent and solid performer last year.
And a wizard second to Byline last time we saw him. 1600 metres, Merlin's Beard. Number 2 is Juan Terrena.
Yeah, a son of Havana Gold, a 4-year-old, one of a couple for Fawzi Nas here. This horse has had a seasonal reappearance, so he should be fit, and he wasn't disgraced on his return.
Number 3 is Salamanca Lad. We're going to try and get you a look at Thomas Lucaseg's mount, who has had a spin this season, and it was a victory as well. So that should have got him right on the money for this.
Yeah, another who, as you say, should be fit from a return. He's quite a forward-going, buzzy type of horse. You can see he's got quite warm cantering down to the start there. That victory did come over 1800, so a slight drop back, but I think he might just about have enough pace.
It could be the other way around for this horse, number 4, Royal Scimitar, who's on the left there, the big sheepskin noseband. This is a pretty fast horse.
Yeah, he won on his return as well, but stepped back up in trip, so as you say, the other way around. He has proven stamina at this. You'd argue maybe the 1400 is his optimum, but I think he can just about stay. It'll be interesting to see how much pace there is. Is it going to become too much of a stamina test?
Number 5 is Azka. Azka, who's been running respectably in good company in France. Who knows what he's going to be capable of off this sort of perch in this sort of grade in Bahrain.
Yeah, he was a fair handicapper in France, wasn't he? Sort of untested on this type of ground. Steps down in trip for his debut over here in Bahrain. Quite a tall horse, he looked fit, he's quite lean. Yeah, it's hard to know how much wiggle room he's got on a mark of 95.
All right. 6 is Bacento, moving to post really nicely this gelding by Oasis Stream. 4 for 5 in a domestic Group 2 on his comeback. That was behind Royal Scimitar. He's got a couple of lengths to make up with that horse today.
Yeah, he has, but he wasn't too far behind, was he? Only a couple of lengths, as you say. And switching to a handicap, could he be better off?
Yeah, he's got a 6-pound pull at the weights for a couple of lengths, so it does bring him into it a little bit. Looks very relaxed. There's 7, Memento, Mirko Sana for Jabba Ramadan.
Yeah, he's another who was in that race in behind Royal Scimitar. A lot of these did meet on their seasonal return. Again, he hasn't got that many lengths to find. It was only 5 runners, but they finished fairly well bunched up. And I would be under the impression that possibly stepping back up to the 1600 could suit this horse. And he's quite a sort of chunky, thick-set type of horse, a son of Memas, who is likely to have taken a good step forward from the return.
Number 8 is Gulmarg, Ross Orion for Mohammed Hassan. Gulmarg, last time we saw him, ran quite creditably off a rating of 91. He was shunted up a pound for that performance.
Possibly a little bit inconsistent, and he is one who hasn't had the return run, so could he just lack that little bit of fitness that 1 or 2 have the edge over him in that department? He's not a particularly big, gross horse, so he probably strips fit fairly easily, but will he be a little bit rusty? We haven't seen him obviously since April.
All right, you've seen all 8 then, ahead of our 7th race. We're due off in 3 minutes' time, and then we'll be beginning the build-up to the 2025 Bahrain International Trophy. This is race 7, and in a moment you'll be hearing from your race commentator, Mark Johnson.
Thanks, Nick. The horses have now arrived at the starting point. Start for this race is on the spur just at the beginning of the back straights. There's a nice long run of 600 meters before they encounter the turn, which will eventually bring them back towards home. And quite a tight little handicap this for imported horses. The top weight Merlin's Beard having to concede 2 kilograms to his rivals, but is the most prolific winner in the field, having won on 7 occasions. There he is with the red noseband, the yellow cap for Hussein Asghar on Merlin's Beard. He's only won once in 11 starts here in the Kingdom. He is a horse who was quite a prolific winner over in the UK. The red and white checks belonging to Aska, who is the only horse who makes his Bahrain debut here, as we once again just have a look at Merlin's Beard. But his overall strike rate since he arrived here, not that strong, but as we saw with Devast in the previous race, horses, once they've acclimatised, they've had a season or so here, can often really up their game. And Aska comes here with that solid form over in France as they begin to load. Was trained over in France by Carlos and Jan Lerner. 9 runs since he last won, and interestingly, when he was running in France, his regular pilot over there was Stéphane Lajade, who's back aboard again today for the Bahrain debut. So we're down to the last 2 or 3 to move forward. Salamanca Lad, winner of that conditions race on opening day, moves forward now with Thomas Lukasek. Still to go in is Memento, who's going to be one of the last ones to load. Last one moving forward now. To stall 2 goes Memento. It's one last push by the stalls team to get this one in. Running in this race for the 3rd time, Memento, but has been unplaced in both runs in this race previously. That's it, they're in the gate and they're off. They raced for the Economic Development Board Cup. It's run over 1,600 metres, and going forward in the early stages is Bacento, being taken on towards the inside by Gulmarg, but it's now Bacento who will get the rail. Racing out a little bit wide to the leader is Wantarina, and even wider down the middle of the course is Salamanca Lad, and it's now Salamanca Lad who will try and go clear, and hopefully he'll get across to the rail, or at least that's what Thomas Lukasek wants to do. And Salamanca Lad now comes through to impose pressure on the leader Bacento. Salamanca Lad leaves the back stretch and he now has the lead, and now he's got across. Bacento has to now be taken off heels, and then engaging around the outside is Wantarina, who races in 3rd position. Towards the inside rail is Gulmarg, who is in 4th. Merlin's Beard, the yellow cap, racing in 5th. A wide trip then for Memento. He's 3 wide around the turn. Next, as they make the turn in, is Royal Scimitar, and ridden at the back of the field is Aska. They're racing now inside the final 500, and it's still Salamanca Lad who has got the lead. Towards the outside in 2nd is Wantarina. Towards the outside, Merlin's Beard now begins to wave his wand and now begins to come through to take the lead. On the wide outside, they're racing now down towards the final 200 is Royal Scimitar, and it's Royal Scimitar who now goes on for Soufiane Sardi, 3rd in this race last year. Now he begins to pour it on, and it's Royal Scimitar. Staying on very late is Gulmarg, but too late. It was at the line. Royal Scimitar who wins, a double for Soufiane Sardi. He beats Gulmarg into 2nd and Merlin's Beard into 3rd in a 1-2-3 for Al Mahadadai Racing. So Royal Scimitar, who has been plying his trade here for some time, has got his head back in front. This a 6th career success, his 5th local success, and another horse who wins a handicap today, having already tasted success in domestic Group 1 level. And he leads home a 1-2-3 for the red, gold and white colours. And a punch of the air from Soufiane Sardi, who has a double on the night. Race 7, an official winner, number 4, Royal Scimitar.
Well, that was pretty bloodless from Royal Scimitar. Soufiane Sardi wouldn't have had too many moments of doubt. And given that he was worse off at the weights with 1 or 2 of the horses that he'd beaten last time, that was all the more to his credit. And clearly, he has taken a little bit of a step forward from that comeback win. He's in grand heart, this horse.
Yeah, 2 from 2 this season. And back up in trip, not a problem for him today. He certainly saw it out absolutely fine, but he was ridden with patience. It was a fair pace that was set up in front, and there was no rush with this horse. He was settled towards the rear, and and challenged coming into the final 200 meters when he kicked clear nicely. And once again, 2 or 3 horse widths off of that far side rail. And yeah, he's seen the trip out well.
Victory then goes the way of Royal Scimitar. Soufiane Saadi, the winning rider again. Here he is.
And lots of old favourites winning this evening. Well done, Royal Scimitar. Well done, Soufiane Saadi. Nice there. Gave you a good feel?
Yeah, exactly. I was winning 2 weeks ago with him, and I tried to ride that the same. This is what we did, so I'm very happy for the team. Yeah.
Nice trip through as well, route through.
Yeah, I'm very happy because Sheikh Sultan, he trusts me and he gave me a lot of good chance. So it's very important to strike on. And tonight it's what we did.
And it's going to be a nice one for the Bahrain Turf Series.
Sorry?
He's going to comes to the Turf Series.
Yes, I hope so, hopefully.
Oh, well done then. Well done to our winner of our 7th race this evening, rather. Royal Scimitar, an old favourite, 7-year-old now, winning for Mohammed Hassan and Soufiane Saadi.
So still, the most beautiful, balmy evening here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. This is an event that continues its gradual but very definitive evolution. This in its 7th year, the $1 million Bahrain International Trophy, the jewel in this kingdom's horse racing crown, and they are all here to see something special. Under lights here in the Kingdom of Bahrain as we build towards a terrific edition of this race. Just 8 runners, but 8 quality runners from across the racing world. Can Great Britain make it 3 in a row in this race? Spirit Dancer mesmerising the last 2 years. Megan Nichols alongside me, Nick Luck, Paddock side. We've been enjoying wonderful racing all evening, Megan, but this is what really matters. This is why I think the biggest crowd in the race's history is still pouring into the racetrack here.
Yeah, absolutely. We promised we would light it up later on, and not only literally under the floodlights, but also with world-class talent. Equine, jockeys. It's pretty phenomenal, this build-up now.
Yeah, I mentioned that Spirited Dancer won the race the last 2 years. What do you make of this year's race as a whole?
Obviously, it's a smaller field, but I think it's very competitive. I wouldn't be surprised to see them fairly bunched up at the line. And tactically, well, it's fascinating. But we saw there in the replay Spirit Dancer winning with a burst through that turn of foot. As we said all evening, 3 or 4 off the rail. That's what Ashinor did last year, and I think that's where the winner's going to come from this time around as well.
Megan and I will be doing our very best to point you in the right direction. We've got a wonderful team around the grounds here as well, as we say good afternoon to Nick Lightfoot alongside Ali Vance.
Thank you very much, Nick. And doesn't the track look absolutely magnificent now we're down here? The 2nd year running under these fabulous floodlights. And Nick, you know, Arabian racing here started decades ago. They came to this track in the early 1980s, but really racing in Bahrain has risen to new prominence in recent years.
Absolutely. Since 2019, since this race was first run, through the different winners, most recently, of course, Spirit Dancer, it's been, I think, the rise and rise of the Bahrain International Trophy. Nowadays, it's you never know, it won't be too far off top spot at some point. And yes, today's race is not long on numbers, but it is very, very stacked full of quality animals.
And before the first running of the Bahrain International Trophy in 2019, they had no internationally recognised races, so no listed or group races. They've now got 7 here throughout the season. The International Trophy is the obvious showpiece and an opportunity for Bahrain to really show themselves off to the racing, the global racing audience.
100 metres to go. Mustang still has the lead, but he's running out as real estate. But on the outside, Royal Julius for France.
Sears flat out in front. He's Global Giant, Franchidatore, suffering between the pair. Sears held on.
Spirit Dancers hit the front and kicks on by a couple.
Welcome to the commentary booth here at the racecourse. A beautiful view over this ever-changing landscape, and I was lucky enough to be here for the inaugural year, and I've been here for most of the races, and this is definitely the strongest lineup that I can remember. And let's take a look at the track that they're going to be racing at, and it's on the turn. You'll see the grandstand there in the background. The start will be on the right of the shot there. We're racing on the outer track, the stalls under the tree line. They go around about 300 meters, and then it's into a sweeping turn. Takes them down the back straight. There's then a long run. It's just under 3 furlongs, just under 600 meters, before they then take a very long turn back towards home. Then it's slightly uphill for the final 600 meters off that final turn, and back here towards the enclosures, and hopefully glory in the running of the Bahrain International Trophy. Let's go back down to join Nick now in the paddock, because he's been joined by two gentlemen who know everything about winning this particular race.
Well, we will join Nick very shortly because we've got a real treat for you. But first, I'm joined by His Excellency Mohammed Al Shehi, and His Excellency took over the role as chair of the Gulf Horse Racing Council in February of this year, and that really is to try and bring all the racing nations in this part of the world together from a logistical point of view, from a welfare point of view. And Your Excellency, I'd love to ask you how that's going and how you're progressing as we embark on to hopefully a terrific season here in the Gulf.
Thank you first for having me on your program on this beautiful day of racing. Actually, yesterday we had our 4th meeting of the council. We're working towards coordinating and aligning all the efforts from all racing authorities around the Gulf in order to create a better product and ease the movement of horses in between countries and maintain the health status of all countries as well, and to have an aligned race program as well, and to standardize most of the rules of racing across all the countries. So there's plenty to be done, and as you know, Nick, the Gulf is one of the very few areas in the world where racing is growing in all its factors. You know, the number of trainers, number of owners, number of horses that are participating, number of international horses that comes and today race, whether it's in Bahrain or Qatar or Saudi or UAE. So all of that contribute into creating a very nice racing product for the GCC.
And do you feel that we could reach a point where we have a season where the same horses at the elite level move between those countries more readily? So they would contest a night like this, for example, in Bahrain, and then maybe move to Doha and Saudi and Dubai?
That's the aim, basically, where we have the elite of horses coming here. They're based in one of the countries, and then they go and participate in the big festivals around the GCC. And that, you know, that's something that we have witnessed in the past few years, where horses comes to Dubai, participate in the racing carnival, and then from there they go to the Saudi Cup or to Qatar or to Bahrain. And we want to make that easier, and we need to coordinate the efforts around that. And the easier we make it, the more beneficial that would be to the owners, trainers, and people targeting the racing season in the Gulf.
And clearly one of the key aspirations, as far as today's race is concerned, is to get the Bahrain International Trophy upgraded to international Group 1 standard, to the very elite global level. How much would that mean to everybody in the GHC?
I think that would mean so much to us. We have Group 1s in UAE, we have a few Group 1s now in Saudi, and hopefully we'll have one in Bahrain. And I think His Highness Sheikh Isa and his team worked really hard towards having the elite horses, and this just started a few years ago, coming here to participate in this beautiful racetrack to achieve today the Group 2 level, and hopefully after tonight, next year we'd have the Group 1 in Bahrain, hopefully.
Your Excellency, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, we look forward to monitoring the progress of the GHC. Building here then in Bahrain to the Bahrain International Trophy. Now, John and Thady Gosden, co-trainers in Newmarket, Great Britain, have been second in this race no fewer than 4 times in its 6 editions. Today, can they finally land this prize? If they're to do so, it'll be in the silks of the man currently standing by with Nick Lightfoot.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yes, legendary owner breeder Anthony Hoppenheimer alongside. And Nick was just remarking on the extraordinary record John and Thady Gosden have got of silver medals in this particular race. He's just asked the question, is Lion's Pride the horse to give them that first success? How are you feeling?
I feel that he has a very good chance indeed. I would like it to be a mile and a half, where he excelled the other day over a mile and a half. But we'll see what happens. He's in very good form. He loves the ground.
You just said to me this is your first visit here, enjoying Bahrain, loving Bahrain, but also, crucially, the horse is equally enjoying his experience here so far.
The horse is thrilled. He loves the temperature, has 3 grooms looking after him, and in England he has only 1, and he gets wonderful apples and things. He thinks it's a wonderful place. I do too.
We know your CV extraordinary with British Classic successes, of course, successes here, there and everywhere around the world, Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe winning owner, but how much do you enjoy the challenge and the new experience of international racing?
Oh, I think it's fantastic. I mean, it's so exciting. I'm getting old a bit now, but before, I mean, we didn't have that wonderful racing in all the different countries in the world. It's getting more and more, and I wish I was able to start again.
We wish you good luck in a few minutes, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Owner breeder Anthony Oppenheimer, he's had some of the best horses in the world in the last decade. The Derby winner Golden Horn, the dual champion stakes winner Cracksman. He's got Lion's Pride today, his pride and joy, his homebred, one of 8 that go to post in the Bahrain International Trophy. Much more from here when you rejoin us after these messages.
the desert meets the sea, our story begins. This is Bahrain, blessed by nature, the pearl of a nation, the jewel of the Gulf. Our legacy comes from this land, forged by the courage of our ancestors. We learned openness from the sea, endurance from the desert. But it was the horse that taught us heart. Bahrain's legacy shines in every stride, carrying the pride of centuries. The horse, our ageless treasure, the soul of our culture, forging the path ahead. A bridge between past and present. Bahrain's heritage rides with the horse, embracing the world beyond the horizon. Our history, preserved not in museums, but in motion. Today, the Bahrain Turf Club continues to make history, honoring the vision and foundations of our royal family, building traditions for the modern age, a new era of racing, inviting the world to run, to race, to dream. As we celebrate the victories of the Bahrain International Trophy, we look forward to a new season, rich in ambition, in drama and glory. Bahrain, we race with pride. We race with passion. We race with the world.
Who will write the next chapter of a race now in its 7th year, and one that has become such an important part of Bahraini racing heritage that continues to grow and develop here in the kingdom. Well, it could be that a champion jockey plays a big part. One such is standing by with Ali Vance.
And a regular rider in this race, Sheen. You're on board Persica today. He's a dual Group 3 winner. Is he good enough for this race?
Yeah, we hope so, Ali. Some of his form, particularly early season, was very good. And this race has been a target for some time. He's a fresh horse. So let's see what he can do. I think it's quite a strong renewal. Obviously, Royal Champion deserves an awful lot of respect off the back of his run in the Irish Champion Stakes.
Small fields, is he quite flexible with the way you can ride him?
I'd imagine we'll ride him a little bit quietly. Ryan, when he won on him at Epsom, sat last, and when he won the Earl of Sefton at Newmarket, he was up with the pace. So he's probably, he doesn't have one way of going. But what will be important is that he settles and finishes off.
And it'll be the first time you've ridden Persica, but you've got a nice, strong association with Richard Hannon in the past.
Yeah, he doesn't put me up very often. We must remind him of that. But we've won the Jim Crack together and the July Stakes and a German Guineas. So I'm delighted that he allowed me to ride this fella.
And you have been coming here numerous years to the Bahrain International Trophy. What do you make of the way that the way that the race course has transformed itself, and particularly the race?
Yeah, firstly, it's a great track, long straight. They do a very good job managing it. I think they have a big team here who work very hard. And obviously, this race is going up in status, and hopefully after this year it'll be an international Group 1 rather than Group 2. So I think they have a very strong field, although it's a smaller field than usual. A few horses didn't make the race due to setbacks and whatever, but no one can do anything about that, Ali. So it's quality, and I hope Persica can run a career best.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
You sense that note of determination there in Sheen Murphy's voice when he said that Richard Hannon doesn't put him up very often, but reminding him that he had won a Jim Crack for him and won a July Stakes for him. He might just win a Bahrain International. If he does, it'll be at a horse who's relatively unconsidered around the world tonight, Persica, but one that has always been the apple of Richard Hannon's eye and that he thinks we should take very seriously. And I don't think the ground's going to be too quick for him either. He's one of 8 that go to post then in this 7th edition of the Bahrain International.
For France, number 1 is Bright Picture, trained by André Fabre and ridden by Maxime Guillon, 3rd in the Group 2 Qatar Prix d'Or last time out. Number 2 is Caliph, who bids to give local trainer Fozinas a 2nd win in this race. Alberto Sanna rides last year's 3rd. Number 3 is Galen, trained in Ireland by Joseph O'Brien and ridden today by Dylan Brown McMonagle. He won the Group 3 Alleged Stakes at the Curragh in April. Number 4 is Lion's Pride, ridden by Robert Havlin and twice a listed winner. He bids to give the Gosdens a first win in this race. They've been runner-up with the horse 4 times. Number 5 is Military Order. Charlie Appleby trains, William Buick rides, twice a winner already this year on the all-weather, including the Winter Derby. Number 6 is Persica, ridden by Oisin Murphy for trainer Richard Hannon, winner of the Group 3 Diamond Stakes at Epsom and the Earl of Sefton at Newmarket. Number 7 is Royal Champion, ridden by James Doyle for trainer Carl Burke on his penultimate start, winner of the Group 2 York Stakes. And rounding out the field is the 3-year-old Pride of Arras, ridden by Ross Orion for trainer Rafe Beckett, twice a winner in Group 2 company at York this season.
An intriguing field lined up for the Bahrain International. Mark Johnson there describing the runners as he'll describe the action to you later. Meg, where to start? Royal Champion, I think, the obvious starting point.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely have to have a good chat about him. Great to see Carl Burke with a runner here in the International Trophy for the first time. And I think he's got a strong chance of taking it home. It could be 1 from 1 for Carl this evening. And look, this horse, I think, he is the class angle into the race. He has solid Group 1 form from this season, finishing 3rd behind Delacroix in the Irish Champion Stakes. We can see him in action here in those famous Sheikh Mohammed Obeid colours. Now, I thought that this was a level of form that none of the others have quite reached. And although he got beaten, it was probably a career best performance in defeat.
Do you think you can make a solid case that he's better than he's ever been, even though he's 7 years old?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. He obviously started life with Roger Varian, performed to a solid level. Didn't really happen for him down under, but since he's come back and rejoined now the Carl Burke team, he seems to have improved a lot. And I just think with this horse, he's probably got confidence again. He was a winner earlier in the season at York in the York Stakes. That is a Group 2 level. And that has been boosted. Al Makam was in behind him that day. I think that was a really solid run. To then come out and finish 3rd in the Irish Champion Stakes just proves that class that he has got. Carl Burke's season has just been phenomenal.
It really has.
I mean, unbelievable. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this race added to that pretty incredible roll of victories this season.
Carl Burke, who trains in North Yorkshire in England, 37 international stakes winners this season. That's second only to Godolphin's main trainer Charlie Appleby amongst British-based trainers, and only Aidan O'Brien and Francis Graffard above them, and we all know what extraordinary years they've had. Carlo's got a squad of enormous depth, and this would be a fitting way to conclude it. How's the race going to be run, I wonder? Well, it seems, talking to Irish champion jockey Dylan Brown McMonagle earlier today, that he will make the running on Galen, and if he were to win, it would be a notable milestone for his trainer Joseph O'Brien, because it would be his 1,000th international winner on the flat. He's obviously trained a lot of jumps winners as well, but it would be his 1,000th international flat winner. Quite something.
I mean, an amazing achievement, and if it's not tonight, it will be very soon. There's no doubt about that. But this horse is, you know, he's still relatively young. He's travelled. He went over to Dubai last year, and he came back to Ireland probably with the cheap pieces, helping him find that little bit extra that was required. Now, he likes this type of ground. The visor has been applied for the first time today just to try and get that little bit extra out once again. And I agree, I think he could be the pace angle in here. I think Dylan's going to ride him really positively and try and get those fractions absolutely perfect.
Okay, I wanted to talk about Pride of Arras, because if there is a future star in the race whose career is only just beginning to burgeon, it's probably him. He won one of the key Derby trials in England, the Dante Stakes. He blew out in the Derby. He was then castrated, and it seems to have developed him mentally, if not physically, because he came back with this dominant performance in the Great Voltager Stakes back at York.
Yeah, he's a tricky horse to figure out, isn't he? But there's no doubt about his talent. Now, both of his, well, 2 of 3 victories have come at York, and I suppose in a way, we're not running on dissimilar tracks in that we've got a really long straight. This horse is going to be able to get rolling and hopefully finish well. He's the 3-year-old, so he does have that weight allowance, and I suppose he's the one that is the least exposed. And this was a really big performance on comeback from that gelding operation, as you say, in the Great Voltager. Now, Rafe Beckett has always had faith in this horse, but I think a little bit of frustration in there too, because he's not really, or hadn't really reached the heights he felt he really could. But
Early
maybe
days.
it is early days, and maybe that gelding operation is going to be the turning point, and he could continue to go through the grades as Rafe really felt he could.
For sure, and an amazing season for owner Vimy Akerud, who doesn't have many mares, but she's bred this horse and also bred the Breeders' Cup Turf 4th Amalok. So that is a season of all seasons, and this would end it in quite some style. You heard from Anthony Oppenheimer, the owner-breeder of Lion's Pride. Delighted to be here with Nick Lightfoot a little earlier on. Now, Lion's Pride exploded last time at Newmarket. He'd always threatened to do something like this, the grey almost roan horse, the red cap there. He needs a little finesse for me, Meg. Finesse ride.
Yes, and I think that from his draw, the inside stall of 1, Rab Havlin is going to ride him to get him to settle, get him into that rhythm, and use the burst of speed that he showed this day. He hadn't really shown it up until this victory, and previously he looked maybe as if he ground it out. But at Newmarket this day, he really drew clear of the field, showing a great turn of foot. And I think the key with this is early, getting him relaxed and getting him into a rhythm. And I think in the first 2 furlongs is when we know whether this horse has got a really solid chance or whether he's blown it. Relaxed rhythm, that is key.
All right, well, we've taken you through most of the field for the Bahrain International. When you rejoin us in a few moments' time, the horses will be coming into the paddock behind us, and we'll be hearing from some of the connections. See you in a minute.
A 4th runner in the Bahrain International Trophy for the legendary French trainer, 30-time French trainer André Fabre, who joins us now. You've got bright picture in this particular race. Monsieur Fabre, you've sent horses here who've all run very well before, so do you have a feel for what's necessary in this race?
Well, I guess it's all sorts of tactics can be adopted on such a good course, but having foot is a bonus.
He's a horse who we haven't seen that much this year, but were you very happy with his run at the ARC meeting last time?
Indeed. He had a bad injury last season, but remember he beat in St. Louis, which this form shows how good it was. And I think he's on the upgrade at the moment there.
And because there's 8 runners, it's a mile and 2, the 2,000 metres, tactically in your mind, does all of this suit your horse, do you think, going into today?
Well, I leave it with the jockey, he has to adapt. I have no instruction. It will depend on the pace, and he's going to break well and keep there. So
My last question to you is that you've conquered so many different racing jurisdictions on the planet. In the 7 years as it is now, the Bahrain International Trophy, how much of an admirer of this race and its growing status have you been?
It does. I mean, everybody is happy with the conditions, with everything, with the stabling, you know, and the moment is quite good. I think it has to become a Group 1 soon.
We wish you well. Thank you.
Okay.
The greatest trainer in French racing history, André Fabre. There is barely a worldwide race he has not won. Can he had a Bahrain International Trophy? And the French won the first edition of this with Royal Julius back in 2019. The runners are now in the paddock, and there is Bright Picture, and he looks just that.
Yeah, absolutely. When the horses walked into the paddock, we turned around to take a quick look, and I said to you, oh my word, look at Bright Picture. He looks incredible. He's held that summer coat so well. He's absolutely gleaming, beautifully turned out, and he's relaxed in here. He's just quite imposing, isn't he?
Beautiful looking horse. He carries the silks of the Wertheimer brothers, made famous by the triple Breeders' Cup, heroine Goldacova, but so many more. Royal Champion sets the standard in this race. He's the highest rated horse in the race. He's trained in England by Carl Burke, and here he is with Ali.
And Carl's first trip here to Bahrain. We're just having a look at him walking past. He's a bit on his toes. Any concerns?
Not really. He can get a little bit nervy at the races, tends to tremble a little bit, but no, I'm not too worried about that.
How's he been since he's come over? I mean, he's a well-travelled horse.
He is, yeah. He travelled over well. He looks in great shape. Carrie and Ian, who have travelled with him, they're very happy with him. Carrie rides him out every day, says thinks he's in great form. So, yeah, very happy.
Any concerns with the relatively small field and tactics-wise?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who goes and makes the running. I wouldn't think that's what we want to do, but it's a couple of mile-and-a-half horses in there, so I'd imagine they won't want to go too slow.
It's been a fantastic season for you back in Europe, but to add a race like this, an international race like this to your CV, how much would that mean?
Oh, it'd mean a lot. You know, it's we all want to be on the stages like this, and Bahrain's been a great place to visit and great facilities, so it would mean an awful lot if we can do it.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And there is Royal Champion, a horse who is blossoming even at the relatively advanced age of 7. Strongest form this season, a defeat of the subsequent Champions Stakes third, Al Makam, in the Sky Bet York Stakes. And he backed that up with a good third in the Royal Bahrain Irish Champions Stakes. He's just a little edgier than you'd like.
He's a bit like a coiled spring at the moment. You know, he's got 2 handlers and they're just about keeping a lid on him, but he's getting agitated, and they've just had to take a pull there as other horses file in front. And he's just getting a little bit on edge, as you say. He's not started sweating up too much yet, but he is on his toes. I actually saw him out on the track yesterday morning, and he was a little bit like that too, so I think it might just be his character anyway. So Carl Burke didn't seem too worried, so it doesn't put me off too much.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him ridden quite prominently today. I don't want to get caught behind in a steadily run race. The one 3-year-old in this race, the representative of the classic generation, is this horse Pride of Arras. He looks very well, and he's not been heavily raced this season either. He may have a freshness edge over some of them.
Definitely. Look, this horse is fascinating still, isn't he? And what I'm impressed with, Nick, when he came into the paddock, this is obviously a big occasion for this horse. It's the first time travelling internationally as well, and he's taken it all in his stride. He seems to be relaxed around the paddock. He's just walking around nicely. He's not got too edgy on his toes or sweating up at all. So Pride of Arras, for me, is a positive in the prelims.
Rafe Beckett with the pale grey suit just giving jockey Rossa Ryan the leg up. Rafe and Rossa have teamed up to win some of the world's biggest races. The Arc last year with Blue Stocking, the Breeders' Cup with Starlust. Can they add a Bahrain International? The purple and white diamonds. There's a Sheen Murphy, champion jockey on Persica. James Doyle, the yellow silks on Royal Champion. Rossa Ryan, the pale blue and white on the 3-year-old Pride of Arras.
Just watching them walk around there, Nick, Persica just starting to get pretty wound up. He's a highly strung horse, is Persica, but he's really starting to sweat quite freely.
And what about this horse then? Pride of Arras, his trainer now is with Ali Vance.
Yeah, Rafe, he's looking really well and very chilled. It's an atmospheric night.
Yeah, he's still quite experienced, so I'm pleased with the way he's taking it, Ali.
And how are you feeling?
Oh yeah, it'll be what it is now. You know, we've done all the right things, I think, in the run-up, and so it's down to Rossa.
Down to Rossa, down to the horse to actually prove that you've always held him in such high regard.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's a dual Group 2 winner, so this is the right fit for him, and hopefully it all goes to plan.
And what will the plan be?
Well, I would think we'll probably sit sort of 2 back, 3 back, 1 off the fence, and see how it plays out.
Good luck.
Thanks, Ali.
Rafe Beggarty's using, I thought, a quiet confidence there, Meg.
Yeah, quiet confidence, and then maybe a little bit of nerves there, I would sense. But I get the impression that there's going to be a bit of a fight for a particular position here jumping off, because quite a few of these are a little bit free. You can see Pride of Arras there taking off in Ross Orion's hands. So there's 1 or 2 that are similar. They need cover and they need to settle. Everyone's going to be fighting for 1 or 2 back and 1 off the rail. I think that is going to be the position that all the riders are after, and you can't share it. Only one of them can get there.
I would imagine that Ross Orion is quite pleased that the starting gate is where it is, and that Pride of Arras couldn't get any more momentum up. He was travelling to post quite freely there, and the man inspecting all the runners at the start. Let's check in with Nick.
Nick, thanks very much indeed. About to, well, they won't be too far off loading for the 7th running of this race. Persica has got warm on the way down, but it's still quite close. Yes, the temperature's dropped a little bit. As you can see here, horse 6, let's just focus on him. You can see how much the horse has rather lathered up under the saddle with a bit of sweat. In contrast, have a look at the 5, the blue of Godolphin, William Buick sporting on military order. Godolphin have won this race, Charlie Appleby yet to. 1, I think he looks a picture. 2 of those that have come down, particularly the British horses, or the raiding horses, if you will. This one hasn't got oh so warm whatsoever. He seems very cool, calm and relaxed. On the right, the black and white halved colours of Anthony Oppenheimer, who we heard from. He's got Lion's Pride. Lion's Pride, that grey horse, number 4, again, looks well within himself. But I think I heard right. Number 1, this French horse, Bright Picture, who is an absolute stunner to be up close and personal with, by, of course, the same owners in Tello. And just on looks alone, throw in the fact that he's got a pretty sensible demeanour on himself. I think he's a real standout, Nick. Horses will be loading up very shortly indeed for the 7th running of this great race.
Let's tie up some loose ends for you, Nick. There is the local hope, Caliph. He's running the race twice before. He's been 3rd in it. He's also been 3rd in a really important race in April in Hong Kong, the Queen Elizabeth II. That takes a bit of doing, and he is a Group 1 winner.
Yeah, this horse is really talented when everything sort of falls right, and that's the thing, isn't it? He returns today on his preferred ground. He's drawn out wide in stall 8, but can be a tad slow away. So that doesn't worry me too much. I think he'll be ridden with patience, and he'll go with 1 burst through to try and pick up the runners. I could see this horse flashing home.
Godolphin have won this race. Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation have won this race before, but not with a runner from this stable. Charlie Appleby looking for his first, and Military Order, the mount of William Buick in the all-royal blue silks, is a full brother to the stable's Derby winner Adayar.
Yes, he is, and he's got to have to step it up a little bit to reach the heights that his brother did. He's been very consistent, and he seems pretty straightforward, and that's the key for William Buick. I think he can place this horse wherever he likes in the race, and I reckon that could be pretty prominent.
And another really good story is the horse in the foreground, the grey Lion's Pride. The Golstons 4 times second in the 6 editions of this race. Have they found their diamond in the rough here, do you think?
Well, he's going to have to settle early. He may well do so, dropping back down to the 2,000 metres today. I think Rab Havlin's got a bit of a task on from stall 1. He's got to settle with cover, but he doesn't want to get boxed in against that rail. At some point, Rab is going to be looking for where he is going to get out.
In goes Bright Future for France. Royal Champion, Lion's Pride, both of whom seeking to give British trainers a 3rd consecutive win in this race. Pride of Arras goes forward. We await the local horse Caliph. This is the 7th running of the Bahrain International Trophy. $1 million, Mark Johnson to call them.
And we're down to the last 2 to load. Galen moves forward, and it will be Military Order who will move forward last into stall 2 with William Buick to complete the line. They're in the gate. in the Bahrain International Trophy. Just jinking a little away to the right at the break was Lion's Pride from stall number 1, and going forward is Galen as they complete their first 200 metres. And it is Galen and Dylan Brown McMonagle out in front by a length and a half to Royal Champion racing in second and racing very keenly. And around the outside goes Pride of Arras as they go into the turn, and they go now inside the final 1600 metres. And it is Galen who heads them into the back stretch. His lead now reduced to 3/4 of a length. Pride of Arras now racing in second, and Lion's Pride, having wandered at the break, is in third. Taken back to fourth is Royal Champion as they make the run down the back stretch. Military Order is racing just worse than midfield. He races up on the outside of Caliph, then Persica, and at the back of the field is Bright Picture and Maxine Guillon as they now head inside the final 1200, and it is Galen who still leads the way. Galen out in front to the 3-year-old Pride of Arras racing in second. The inside Lion's Pride in third, and Royal Champion is in fourth. They're now at halfway in the 7th running of the Bahrain International Trophy, and it is Galen who's led them every step of the way so far. And into the turn he goes. His lead is just over a length. Pushing up towards the inside is Lion's Pride, and around the outside is Pride of Arras. Then the yellow of Royal Champion will turn in 4th position and going well. Caliph is ridden to the inside in 5th with 600 to race. Then Military Order, who's outpaced. Bright Picture trying to pick up from the back. Persica is now last. Now they're coming up the home straight inside the final 400, and Galen is finding more for Dylan Brown McMonagle. The lead now opens up to 2.5 lengths. On the outside, Royal Champion tries to stay on. Then Pride of Arras is back in third from a long way back. Military Order is rallying late, but it is Galen who's got the lead with 100 metres to go. Galen has the lead over Royal Champion. Royal Champion comes alongside, and it will be Royal Champion who wins the Bahrain International Trophy. Royal Champion and James Doyle beat Galen, Military Order and Pride of Arras.
What a wonderful horse. Brave, generous, talented. Royal Champion is a champion in the Royal Kingdom of Bahrain. In the colours of Sheikh Mohammed Abeid, trained in Yorkshire, England by Carl Burke and ridden by multiple international Group and Grade 1 winning rider James Doyle. It took the length of the stretch to get there, but Carl Burke has his 38th stakes winner of 2025, and it is only fitting that he should end the season like this with a first Bahrain International. Ears pricked, Royal Champion, age will not wither him, and he's beaten Galen, who received a fine ride from Dylan Brown McMonagle. I had to give best to a good one, Megan.
Yeah, and he was so tough for James Doyle, who's had a really willing partner there. Galen was looking unlikely to be run down at one stage, but just in the final 100 metres you could see Royal Champion starting to get the better of our pacemaker, and he's managed to get up by a pretty short margin. We thought it was going to be competitive, and the winning margin suggests just that. James Doyle giving Royal Champion a big pat down the neck there. I think that would mean a lot to James, and obviously Carl Burke as well. First runner in the race to go in and get it first time. That is some training performance.
Carl came in here with great confidence. What a season it's been for him, and how well this horse has done since Carl took over the training of him at a relatively late stage of his career. Victory at York this year, an excellent third in the Royal Bahrain sponsored Irish Champion Stakes, and now having the tenacity to run down a winner that could, or a runner that could have got loose in Galen.
Yeah, Galen was brave on the front end, wasn't he? I thought it was pretty much perfect fractions set by Dylan Brown McMonagle there. He's gone an even pace. I didn't think there was an excuse for any runner in the field here. Royal Champion, I think he's possibly just out-battled Galen late on. He's been really tough there. He has got that sort of funny kind of head carriage, Royal Champion, but he really battled and knuckled down for James Doyle. Runners, as expected, came towards the middle of the track there, and flying home late on, Military Order under William Buick. He's done his best work late. He could have done with an extra furlong or so.
Excellent run from him. Pride of Arras, I could see why Ross Orion went forward with him, because he didn't want to allow Galen the easy lead. He'll probably be better in an honestly run race where he can just tuck in and pass a few.
Do we think Pride of Arras back up in trip? He obviously stepped down to the 2000 today. I think another couple of furlongs will help him too. But he's run an absolute cracker. His first time travelling internationally. But that man there, Carl Burke, what a season. First time with a runner over here in the Kingdom, and it is a winning one.
Carl with his wife Elaine, and how much they've enjoyed being here in Bahrain this week. They've not had much respite this season, and we must give a nod to Clifford Lee, who's ridden all Carl's horses this season, would have ridden this horse, I'm sure, today, but for a very nasty accident he had a few weeks ago, not on a horse but on a bike. He's been recovering, but it'll be a slow and painstaking recovery, and if you're watching, Cliff, all the best to you, and a very speedy return to action.
Yeah, absolutely. We look forward to having Clifford back in action. He's not only been a huge part to Carl Burke, but he's been a huge part to this horse getting back on track. They found the key to him, and luckily it was that man on board today, James Doyle, who's with Ali now.
A magnificent racehorse, and certainly a fast walker if I can keep up. James, you really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, look, I think the first person that should be mentioned is Clifford Lee. He's been a big part of this horse's life. Sadly, you can't be riding him tonight, but we wish him a full recovery, and I hope I did him proud by the ride I gave him. He's so straightforward, and yeah, Cliff, I'm thinking of you.
You were nicely placed throughout, confident you could reel in Galen?
Yeah, it's a little concern. He chopped and changed his legs most of the way. He was just getting balanced on this track, but once he levelled up and I had my sights set on Galen, he was always going to get there, and it was actually quite cosy. I could put my whip away late on, and he pricked his ears when he saw the camera. So yeah, it was an enjoyable last furlong.
And on a personal level, a nice one for the CV. You've won races all over the globe, but a big one here as well.
Yeah, I've been very fortunate enough to come to Bahrain for many a year now, and yeah, good friends with a lot of people out here, and it's fantastic to win this race finally. I was just touched off on an old friend of mine in Barney Roy, so it was nice to kind of tick this race off, and it's fantastic. It's a super race that's really gathering momentum, and you could see that by the strength and depth of the field today.
Well, enjoy the reception you're going to be getting in the winner's enclosure. Well done to our winning jockey then, James Doyle.
Yeah, spectacular horse. The horse on ratings that was likeliest to win. Could he do it out here? Well, he has done it out here. And James Doyle, who was second on Barney Roy a few years ago, mugged on the line by Lord Glitters, parachuted in to ride this horse, and he comes behind us now. Megan Nichols, he's a fabulous racehorse. He hasn't had that much racing for one of his age, and he's just been so perfectly conditioned by all involved.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we're going to get a big reception as he walks into the winner's enclosure here now. He ran so well in defeat in the Irish Champion Stakes, and that is one of the best Group 1 races we have of the calendar year. To come over here to Bahrain to win the international trophy, surely this is a race that gets its Group 1 and its deserved title soon, because we're getting the quality of horse, and Royal Champion has just proven that exactly. He was a tough winner, and I think not only will James Doyle be delighted, but Carl Burke to finish the season on this means so much.
His first visit out here, it will not be his last. I think you can bet your bottom dollar on that one. Royal Champion, who's got the rating of 119 out here, 120 back home. Galen, 114. Military Order, we know a very good horse in this day, 111, capable of a little bit better sometimes. So year on year, they want to improve the quality of horse that comes here. It wasn't about the quantity. Meg alongside it was about the quality today, and at the same time they need to travel over, they need to take conditions, and they need to prove it on the track. And the depth of finish, the 1, 2, 3 and further beyond, it's very believable, isn't it?
Definitely, and look, the first 5 home, they weren't spread that far out, were they? It was relatively tight, especially those first 3. There was only a length or 2 between them all, and that just shows how competitive it really was. And I thought Royal Champion was super tough for James Doyle. He really had to stick his neck out and grind it down, because we had a pretty solid pacemaker there who was not easy to catch in Galen. And look, I think that Royal Champion deserved that. He was tough, as I say, for James Doyle, but no excuses. It was even fractions throughout the race, and everyone had their chance, but it was Royal Champion who was the best tonight.
I think it was a super ride and defeat, as you and Nick were saying, on Galen. The ride of a champion, brimming with confidence at the moment. Irish champion jockey, Breeders' Cup winning jockey, almost Bahrain International Trophy winning jockey. And as you said, with Military Order, we know how capable he is over a little bit further, gets the 2,400 metres. Further back, Pride of Arras.
I think he's run a cracker. I think that the distance was possibly a little bit short of his best. I wouldn't be surprised to see him running in some good races back up to the 24 next year.
None of them, though, could live with this one at the finish. Let's hear from a man who is on the crest of a wave in 2025. Ali, all yours.
He certainly is. Now, James Doyle said he was relatively comfortable at the end, pricked his ears and won well. How did you feel in that last furlong?
I wasn't too comfortable, that's for sure, until the last 50 yards. No, I thought Joseph's horse, Galen, had got an easy lead early in part of the race, quickened well, and looked to me to be travelling very well, 2.5 out, and I thought we were in a little bit of trouble then, but James, interestingly, said he was just wheel spinning a little bit on the ground, you know, just where they're getting into it a little bit, but once he got him, kept him balanced, and once he got him rolling, he always thought he was going to get the second horse.
What a horse he is, and how important is a horse like this that you can take around the world for your yard?
Well, hopefully that will be down to Sheikh Mohammed Obeid, but hopefully that will give him a bit of confidence that we can travel him a little bit more, and you know, he's going to be an 8-year-old in four weeks' time, so you know, he's an experienced old horse. I don't see any reason why we can't travel him, but that's a winning in for the NEOM in Saudi Arabia, so I'll have to have a chat with Sheikh Mohammed Obeid and see if he'll let me take him there.
Because remarkably, you've had so many stakes winners in the UK, but also in Europe. This your first stakes winner outside of Europe?
It is. I was thinking about that all week, to be honest. We've had a second in the Breeders' Cup, but we've never had runners, obviously, here. We've had runners in Dubai and had a couple that were credited to me a long time ago in Dubai before the Carnival, but I haven't had a winner at the Carnival. You know, we've had seconds and thirds. Never had a runner in Australia, but so it's nice to get one outside Europe, and a little bit of a monkey off my back.
Well, certainly is. Well done. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ali.
And another part of this, which is just, well, I think, quite fascinating, and a lot was talked off. 7 runnings of this race, Meg, 4 of which have gone to Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Lord Glitters, Spirit Dancer twice, so David O'Mara and Richard Fahey on a couple of occasions, and now Carl Burke. It is the powerhouse county for Bahrain.
It is, absolutely, and by the sound of things, Carl's isn't done just there. He's going to certainly be trying to return, and it'd be fascinating to see if this horse does go to Saudi and follow in the footsteps of Spirit Dancer. It's great to see that this race can set them up for further international top-level races as well. But let's see him back in action from the very start. As we suspected, Khalif a little bit slow away, but Lion's Pride, he really jumped out to his right and sort of looked a little bit awkward early for Rat.
I think it's never a guarantee, but one thing you might have expected, we were looking around at the race with the 8 of them, who's the likeliest one to go forward. Galen had proved that he could do it, and in a way, it's not just we're pinning who the pace is, it's the one who they probably looked at it and thought we can really exploit this because we're going to have no competition for it.
Yeah, for sure, and it was just nice, even fraction set on the front end by Dylan Brown McMonagle, and it was fascinating to see. Dylan spoke to Nick Luck earlier on in the evening and said, off the rail.
Yeah.
3 or 4 off the rail is the place to be. That's where, when he walked the track, he felt was the best ground, and he stuck to his plan. Ross Orion on Pride of Arras was positive. He didn't want to give an easy lead away, and so he managed to go and sit nice and handy. But all horses at this stage are settled and in a rhythm. The only one that didn't look to be enjoying the track and possibly the ground was Bright Picture. He never looked overly comfortable.
Didn't, despite his absolute stunning looks and mannerisms before the start, he was absolutely fine. Persica had probably boiled over a little bit on the way down to the start, but we were at this point, I mean, I was walking back from the start, so I only caught it from this point onwards, if I must say. I would imagine Ross Orion was pretty satisfied with where he was, and James Dorr, as he began to wind up the winner, tracking through presumably the one that he thought they all had to beat.
Yeah, definitely. As they turn in, Dylan sort of starts to build early enough in the straight. One of the first off the bridle was Military Order, and he's kept going. He has responded well. Possibly this trip a little bit sharp of his best. I thought we had Galen away and gone at this point. I didn't think he was for catching, but James Doyle continued to sort of build the motions on Royal Champion, gathering him up. He put his hands back down on the reins, and only think he gave him 1 or 2 reminders with that Procush. He actually was more keen to keep him balanced, grab hold of him with both hands and push him forward. And in fairness to our winner, he responded really well for those urgings, and he was tough.
Year on year now, when you look back at the now 7 runnings of this race, pace is so important, isn't it? Yes, you need to stay, but you need to be a seriously quick horse.
Yep, you do have to be sharp, that is for sure. It looks like it is the track that's lit up, and I think Royal Champion certainly lit it up for us this evening.
Didn't he just? Extraordinary performance. Carl Burke, who is just going from strength to strength to strength in 2025. That's not just with 2-year-olds, that's with stakes horses left, right and centre in the UK and further afield as we're plunged into the depths of darkness and a wonderful light show is about to go on the big screen. He's just having the time of his life, and rightly so. I think we just finished with the last note on that was to anyone watching around the world, the name Carl Burke is going to be resonating more and more because he's got the calibre of horse that he can go and attack the international races with.
Yeah, he's just saying this is his first winner outside of Europe, and you know, on the international group level, to have got that first one will be so important, but it will not be long before he gets another one on the board. He's got a team for Dubai, he's not afraid of travelling these horses, and I think that there's going to be more and more winners all around the world.
Hear, hear, and of course echoing every sentiment Nick made about Clifford Lee, the usual rider. Hopefully that would have given him a real lift watching on from afar and seeing his great mate. So that was the 7th running of the Bahrain International Trophy, a wonderful race which year on year gets better and better and better. And it's the real jewel in the crowd of this part of the Middle East. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you again for the 8th running in a year from now.
Your Highness, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today at the Bahrain Turf Club for the 7th running of the Bahrain International Trophy. $1 million horse race, inexorably on the march to Group 1 status. It has been won today by a Group 1 horse. Please put your hands together once again for Royal Champion, ladies and gentlemen. And now to present the trophy, His Highness Sheikh Isa bin Salman Al Khalifa, to make the presentation to the winning trainer, his 38th International Stakes race of 2025. A breakout season for the toast of Yorkshire, England, Carl Burke. Carl receiving the trophy on behalf of the winning owner and breeder of this 7-year-old by Shamadal, Sheikh Mohammed Obaid. And now please put your hands together for the winning rider. He's a true international Group and Grade 1 winning star. Now he adds a Bahrain international. He is James Doyle. Royal champion, of course, whose efforts this season also included a third placing in the Royal Bahrain Irish Champion Stakes, the single best piece of form coming into this race today. The highest rated horse going into the race at 120. And please welcome, with Carl, his wife, Elaine. Elaine Burke, many congratulations. What a team the Burkes are, with daughters Kelly and Lucy an integral part of their operation. And I know James is wearing these silks today of Sheikh Mohammed Obaid. And with him in spirit, Cliff Lee, who would have been on the horse but for the injury that he suffered a few weeks ago. So our thoughts with him. Your Highness, thank you. Congratulations to Sheikh Mohammed Obaid, to Carl and Elaine, to James Doyle. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the $1 million Bahrain International Trophy of 2025. It's a winner once again for Great Britain, a winner once again for Yorkshire. It is Royal Champion in Royal Bahrain.